are you guys? Welcome. Thursday stream time. How's everybody doing? Hi Serenity. Hi Glitter. Jazzy. How you guys doing? How is everyone? Super duper. Great. Awesome. Glad to hear it. Alright. Let's see. Start with these ones. Just came home from work and you're tired. Are you not a nap person, Serenity? I know you have problems at night, but do you nap? Sniggle. 14 months. Thank you. Here. Oh man, I got some news to show you guys in a minute. Here's Sub Shrub. You get 14 nub rubs. Ready, Sniggle? Make a wish. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14. And the little melancholy Clover. I love him. Thank you, Sniggle. No time for naps. Fair. I think that way too. If I nap, it's like a fluke of a day. Or I'm sick, or I can't take it anymore. And I just lay down and I go. Otherwise, I don't really plan naps. Hey, Mike. You're doing good. That's great. How am I? I'm not gonna lie, not so good, but also good. It's really weird. I can explain that maybe later. I don't know. Hey, Bees! What is up?
Bees!
How you doing, Bees? How you doing? Tell us how you are. Okay, I suppose I could. Gabe, is it okay?
Yeah.
Okay, this is gonna make us look ridiculous. I know our credibility, it's gonna look really bad and it's gonna go way down. But we have to move again. And it's not our fault. Okay, that's the only saving grace. It is not our fault. Okay? We found out we kind of got lured here. Okay? So I'm going to try to do this as quick as possible and explain very fast, so pay attention, okay? So we were at another apartment that was literally like a 30-second drive away, right? We were there for 6 months, and then after 6 months, if you want to transfer to another unit or another place that's under the same umbrella corporation, you can do that. So we wanted to move somewhere that was dog-friendly, right? So we scoped out around the area, found a place that was under the same corporation, and scoped it out, did all the paperwork, talked to the lady, and said, you know, they had this stuff in the contract that was like, your dog has to be under 25 pounds. But it says it when you arrive, basically. Like, their verbiage is really messed up. And we were like, oh, so she just has to be under 25 pounds when we get her. And she said, yeah. And we were like, you're sure? Like, if she gets bigger, it's okay, all that stuff? She's like, yeah, it's fine.
We also asked, we told her, oh yeah, so we're getting a bulldog. And she's like, oh, that's fine.
We even told her, an English bulldog. Yeah. I make sure to say English bulldog. She's like, yeah, it's fine. So we signed the lease, everything, right? Moved in, and then we were paying for the deposit because we are getting the dog January 5th, no matter what. I am, like, putting my foot down now. We are getting the damn dog.
The dog has been paid for.
The dog has basically been paid for, and we have to, like, go get her.
We booked tickets to go get her.
We have to do a lot to go get her. Anyway, so we are going down to pay the pet deposit, okay? And the rent goes up because there's pet rent that's added on to your normal rent, right? We're going down to do that, and there's this little thing that you fill out that says, you know, how much they weigh, what's their breed, all this kind of stuff, how old are they. So I was like, well, she's 10 weeks, and she'll be under 25 pounds for sure, you know, when we get her. Basically said the exact same thing I said when we were doing the first thing before we moved in. And she's like, how big is she gonna get? I was like, well, they can get, 50, 60 pounds, something like that. And she's like, oh, see, you had said English Bulldog. I thought you had messed up and meant French bulldog. And I was like, no, I think I know what dog I'd be getting. No, I meant English. And you told me it was okay. We asked you 3 times. You said it was okay. She's like, oh, it's not. But, and then I like kept pulling it on her. I'm like, this is your fault. You told me the wrong information, right? And she was like, well, okay. She started to sweat because she knew what she did. And she was like, okay, well, just don't let her get too fat. And I was like, okay, so we're good? And she said, yeah, we're good. You just need to have Gabe come down and sign the paper too. So I leave to go get puppy training treats and stuff, right? Gabe goes down while I'm out doing that, and she tells him we can't have the dog. So I rush back to the place, and we basically argue to them, hey, number one, the only reason we live here is because you said we could get this dog, and we made sure, you know what kind, and that she was going to get bigger, and you had agreed with it. And, like, we felt like she absolutely lured us there. And then we were like, well, we want the dog. I guess we're going to have to move, right? Can we move? And she's like, oh, you can leave anytime. Okay? She said that, and you can leave anytime. And I thought we were still under this 6-month umbrella thing, right? And all the stuff we signed was just transfer paperwork and whatever. This is partially on our fault, too, that we're not, like, paying closer attention to it, but we signed a brand new lease for 12 months at this place. She told us we couldn't have the dog, that she lured us here by saying we could have the dog. We told her everything about it. She knew, so I feel like she just wanted us to be here. And she had said, well, you can move anytime. And she didn't say the caveat of, but you'll be breaking the lease, and for every month you're gone, you're going to have to pay for the rent anyway, until some new tenant moves in. So we're at this point where we said, F it, right? And luckily, this is the insane part. Gabe's parents had bought another house in Chicago that is meant for the kids to, like, if they run into problems, whatever, all this stuff, it's for them. So we're moving to Chicago.
that sounds so like I'm rolling in
they're not rich. They are not rich.
It was more of a. It's more of a. My sister.
They can hear you.
No, I know.
You
I was
have to
getting
get
up
up.
anyways. It's more of a, like, my sister wants a place, so it's like, well, Mom, can you just co-sign on a new house so that I'll pay you rent in quotation marks.
So Gabe's sister, funny enough, is also a lawyer. Okay, so this is all really strange, right? So I almost want to talk to her.
We might be able to sue them.
I know. That's what I'm thinking, because we are totally lured there. Anyway, so the lady had said, you can leave at any time, and we were like, okay, because she didn't say that other part until we came back after saying, okay, yeah, we want to move, and then they're like, okay, well, you're breaking the lease, and you owe $800 a month while you're gone, until someone fills in your apartment. Okay, why didn't the chick say that either? She's like either the worst manager ever or the best liar. Anyway, so we're lucky enough where Gabe's sister, Annelle, who lives at the house right now, that little family house, wants to get out of there because her commute every day is 2 hours to her job. So she wants to get out. We want to get in. So we're basically going to swap that. And we're going to be living in basically Chicago for, like, I don't know, and hopefully until we die. I don't know, because I'm sick of moving, you guys. In the past year, we've moved 3 times. And this is going to be like, we would have moved in 2 weeks if we hadn't worked out something with the apartment building. Because we're like, okay, can we at least pay for a month of rent with the dog so we can have the dog for a month? And she's under 25 pounds because she's a 10-week-old puppy, and it's just been terrible. So these people are horrible, and they've been lying to us, and it's been bad. But, so we're going to be moving again. Moral of the story. So if anybody has any commissions or anything waiting on me, please be patient. I'll give you prints or whatever to appease it. It's been horrible. Horrible. But at least we're getting a house, and the pup can do whatever the pup wants. and we'll have bigger space. It'll be a house. But I know a few of you are like, Ashley, wait a minute. You said you don't want to ever own a house again. I don't own it. Gabe's parents do. They're the landlords, so they get to deal with whatever, like, bad things go wrong. So it's like having an apartment. So if, like, the heater goes wrong or anything like that, I don't have to deal with it. Because the last time I owned a house, that was the part that made me just write off houses forever. I was like, nope, I do not want to deal with that ever, ever, ever again. Now it's okay. This is a good caveat. I don't mind this. So anyway, you asked for that, by the way. You asked for that. Let me catch up real quick. How is the specific commission going? Serenity, good. I'll probably end up working on that a little bit during the stream after I paint the bat, but, Umbrella Corporation. As I said Umbrella Corporation, I realized, I was like, is that what they meant? That's a corporation that umbrellas other corporations? Duh! I felt really dumb about that. Yeah, pet rent. So $25 extra every month. Some places do pet rent, other places do like just a one-time flat fee, but the pet rent is starting to catch on in a lot of places. So, I don't know. But she didn't say. All she had to say was maximum 25 pounds for, the duration of their lifetime here. Or just max 25 pounds. But they said, oh God, do I even have the thing? Hold on. This is such bad English. Oh, it's a cleaning thing. Ah! Yeah. Okay. Here's the actual sheet. Okay. So, not only did she say the wrong things verbally, but written on the sheet, it says, dogs must be neutered or spayed prior to moving in and under 25 pounds in weight. Now, the fact it says spayed prior to moving in and under 25 pounds in weight, they didn't say maximum 25 pounds at all, right? We could totally catch them on their verbatim here. Like, this is messed up. And there's a $150 non-refundable pet fee and a $100 refundable pet fee. And then they're saying, oh yeah, your security deposits can be put towards the rent you're gonna owe us for not being there. And I'm like, oh, thank you so much. So I've been trying to contact corporate because I'm really mad at this one girl who basically lied to us, or the people that say, I didn't lie, I just omitted the truth. Get out of here. Get out of here. Why do you have to pay extra for a pet? Here's the real problem. Why don't you have to pay extra for kids? Kids destroy way more than pets, okay? And they're over 25 pounds, normally. Hi, Snowyak. You came in at a weird time. Apologies. It was rant time for Ashley. No, they're not going to pay us for our expenses or anything. They're not going to pay us at all. We owe them money now. So I almost want to talk to Anel about this and get her thoughts on it, Hi, Greg. What's up? Is that far away from us? So currently where we'll be moving to is about 3 hours away from us. South, right?
Yeah.
Directly south?
Yeah, pretty much.
Okay. So 3 hours away. So we're going to be getting the dog on January 5th. We're going to have her for a little under a month before we move. And we'll be moving with her. Which is my only, I'm scared of that, but I'll probably be fine. It's just moving with a puppy can be hard. Anyway. Eat this, people. Eat them with syrup. I don't like them. I don't either! And what sucks is I liked her at first, and just this whole thing about not telling us everything is the part that's really bothering me. You could have said maximum 25 pounds or 25 pounds for the duration of their stay. Either one of those would have been better than that vague crap I read to you, And then the other thing, oh, you can leave any time. That's really strange because of course we can. Technically, you don't have us chained. Oh, except for that lease we signed that you didn't want to mention right then. So this whole year has been very, very strange. I can't wait for next year. This one's really weird. Next year also, Gabe just cut out cons completely. Basically because we got the pup, so we want someone home with the pup. And the past couple of years with cons haven't been very good for him. And he's like, you know what? I'd rather take that time to like dedicate it more to my stuff and my personal work instead of going out to a con. Because cons take a lot of time and energy, right? And you can't really work on something really intently while you're traveling and stuff. So I think that's a better idea for him. I'm cutting down on cons, but I'll be going to cons alone for the most part. I think for 2 of them, Ren, Gabe's brother, might be running Gabe's booths. So you could see Gabe's brother if you want. I'll be there though. So I'll be there. I'll be at Amkey, which is Anime Milwaukee. I'll be at Emerald City, which is in Seattle. I'll be at ACEN, which is in Chicago. That one will be local by that time. Is that it? Yeah. Gabe got into C2E2, but we don't really want to do that one this year, even though it's a great one. But why does it matter how big the dog is? I think they're trying to weed out pit bulls and things that they're afraid of, even though pit bulls are amazing and cute and sweet. But
I think it's the stigma amongst other people that...
I bet a lot of people would be afraid for their little Yorkie if there's a pit bull walking around. I don't know. Yeah, Sniggle, that's exactly what she was. And that bothers me. Oh, you can do that. Oh, I'm sorry. I'm evil now. Yeah, that's what it was. And, oh man, she must have talked crap to everyone else that worked there, because when we talked to the other people, evil to us. Just so snippy and mean, like we did something wrong. No. We were taken for a ride, okay? It was really weird. Yeah, she sucks at her job. Totally. Thank you for the luck, Snowyak. Oh yeah, we'll give the pup many pets. This whole thing was because of the pup. So we had that moment where we're like, okay, we could cancel everything with going to get the pup, cancel the pup, and you can take on all the other cons and it'll just be like last year and we'll just go through all the cons and whatever. And we could continue living here in this evil stigma-filled apartment complex now with these people that hate us.
It'd be fucking miserable.
It'd be miserable. So, no, I'd rather not. And plus, then we get a house. You know? I mean, the rent's gonna be more, but that's okay. It's worth it. Thanks, Jazzy. Yeah, it was really weird, because it's one of those things, like, I actually started putting up shelves, I started decorating, all that crap, and it's like, within 2 weeks of living here, nope, take it down. It's like, yeah. Sorry, I'm still catching up in chat. Omitting the truth is lying. Yes, thank you. Oh wow, Serenity, really? 10-hour shift, Greg? Oh, I wish you luck, homie. Gabe, there's a white spider on the wall.
Look.
Do you want to get him? He's just like the last one. It might be the last one. He's not big. Spider Crisis 2018.
Oh, it's a lot smaller.
I think we had a shadow on him last time that made him look bigger.
Keep going that way.
He's going.
Yeah, keep going.
He's really rather cute, but
no, don't go that way, you idiot.
you can get it.
No.
Oh, okay.
Oh, no, I'm scared.
Ah!
He's hanging out with that moth.
Just hang out for a minute, okay? He'll move again. I think he was... So that probably felt like wind. Yeah. So he's like, I gotta find cover. So, anyway, I gotta catch up on this. No, don't do it again. He's gonna go behind.
No. Then he'll come down.
Cap him.
Like America.
You gotta slide him over.
Oh no, I'm waiting until he's
not gonna
out.
slow down. Sorry, guys.
What
did you do that for? Get him! Oh my god, Gabe is the worst at catching spiders. Hold on.
Wait. He's under this thing. I'm gonna pull it out.
No, you're gonna ruin everything. Is he in the tray?
He's under there somewhere.
Oh my god, pull it out!
There he is. Okay.
Get potato. I'm so much better at that than you.
But I'm scared of spiders. This
He
problem.
drops every spider he ever tries to catch, and it drives me up the wall.
I'm so frightened of the spiders.
Can it be March? Can it be March? Please? This is crazy. I gotta get out of here. Yeah, totally, Jazzy. Actually, now that we're gonna be in Chicago, it'd actually be really fun to have, like, sketch get-togethers. So for those of you who are around, like, the Illinois area and stuff, if you wanna, we could pick a mutual meeting spot and just get together and draw. We've done that a few times. It's pretty fun. I know, Fire Seal, I'm sorry. You'll at least get me. Is that okay? Sniggle, cool. Which con? Are you talking about hanging with Ren? Which one? Because I think it'd be Amki or Asen. You'd probably be there for Asen, right?
Who's that?
Snaggle.
Oh.
Is Gabe gonna go to Amki or not? No, so it sucks because Gabe's not going to any of the cons that he got into. His brother's gonna be filling in 2 of the spots running his table. So if you want Gabe's stuff, it'll be there, but Gabe will not be. I will be, but it's up to you and what you're gonna do. I don't know.
You might have to catch me at zine shows.
Yeah, he's trying to get into a couple zine shows, which makes sense because then I'll stay home with the pup. He'll go to the zine show.
Because like those will just be fun for me.
Shelby, hi. Glad to see you. Oh, I know, Fire Seal. I want to chew him out so bad, but I feel like I can't because they'd just be like, oh, it was written in the blah, blah, blah. Like, this is totally word of mouth. Like, the fact that I'm claiming she said these things because she did, but she could just be like, no, I didn't say it. I mean, if she were really mean. But I'm trying to get a hold of corporate to actually talk to them about this and maybe threaten that Gabe's sister's a lawyer. I don't know. I'm dancing on that one. When I said cap him, I didn't mean to, like, kill him. I meant catch him in the thing, cap him on the wall. Because we catch him and release him outside. Panic descends. Stay for the spider panic. Yeah, I should have done it myself. It's okay though. Gabe's taller though, so he can reach the spider on the wall. Yes, we're moving to Chicago area. We're technically Geneva, but Illinois. I'll just say Illinois. Does anyone else call the state of Illinois Chicago? Because I totally do.
Oh, even I do.
Even Gabe does. Gabe lived there.
Like when somebody asks me, oh, hey, where before, when people would be like, where are you from? Chicago. Oh, okay.
Yeah, Sniggle, we're trying to get him to do the table at Asen, so if you want to share, like a... Well, actually...
We have a hotel room, I guess.
Yeah, but we live there now.
Yeah.
I mean, we'll have to see how it goes, but our, like, lives have been like this all year. It's been crazy, and I don't even know how I've been able to do as many commissions as I've been doing with this upset. It's crazy. I'm going nuts a little bit. But... Oh, Night Snowyak, thanks for coming. Greg said he couldn't see you at Amki.
No.
It's okay, Greg. It's okay. Shoot the spider with a gun.
Oh, yeah.
Well,
sure.
If I knew my deposit money wasn't going to be used for rent we won't be here for, and I could have used it for a gunshot in the wall, maybe. Totally thought Chicago was a state for a while. Awesome, Shelby. Glad to hear that. Yeah, I think we'll be having sketch get-togethers and stuff. I think that'd be more fun. So if I'm going to Illinois, I'm going to Chicago. You're going to Chicago to go to Chicago, basically. Okay, I caught up in the chat. Alright, God. I tried to stay, short and concise with that story, too, and it still ended up long. I'm also dreading talking to the people at corporate because I have to tail tell that entire story again. Anyway, real quick, I am catching up on Patreon stuff. So just so you guys know, I haven't been able to show anybody really up until I made them, but these are the buttons that I've been making for the Curious Collector tier. So this is January's. Okay, so they're little buttons, but they come with stories, and I try to make them a little bit special by adding things to them. Things like this. But this was November's. This is a little dragon. He's warming his cold tail. So with every button you get that I have like a mythical creature of, I'm going to write a little poem or story or whatever about him. This is a Tomty. I think I'm saying it wrong, but bees, if you want to correct me on my pronunciation of it. I try to put gold in them too, so they have a little bit of pizzazz, you know. But the guardians are in bottles, and then this one is a little bit more special because it's January, and I want it to be a little bit more flashy and festive because it's the start of the year. The white stag is actually a very positive mythical figure, but at the same time it's got some other things to it. But I don't want to give too much of that away because obviously I'm going to write about it. So if anybody wants to get these once a month, you know, I'll probably have a poll for February. I am not going to do a Cupid. Rest assured, for Valentine's Day, it will not be a Cupid. I'm trying to pick lesser known mythical creatures and stuff to be the guardians. So I'm not going to go with, you know, obvious things. That's why I went with the Tomty. But, so if you guys are interested in those or getting those once a month, the $6 tier will get you that and a random button. Fireseal, can I show the ones I made for you since you're here? I want to show some examples. Here. If he's okay with it. Okay, this is ruining the surprise for you though. So, with that, Fireseal is obviously catching up with him, so I'll show you, since I haven't sent out November, December because of all the hubbub I just told you about. So, this is November's, this is December's, and this will be January's, which I think I'll just send out with them for him, so you can have that. So those are those. And then I made him a Fireseal. And so you get one button that's a mythical guardian, okay? Then you get a scroll that has that background story, poem, whatever, that tells about the guardian. And then you get an extra button, which is like these ones I'm going to show you in a minute, which are random ones I choose to give you. So this would have been for November. This is for December. It's a weird, like, goat thing. It has a unicorn horn that goes out the back of its head. It's medieval. It's from like medieval texts and stuff. So we usually cut these out of like magazines we find, or ads, or just really weird things we find. And it's okay since you're not mass producing them or anything. It's not a big deal. And then I took his character he did of this little jelly dude, and I thought he'd make a good pin. So he's the only one that has his own little guy, but it's a bad one. Hey, Eric's. Good call, Sniggle. Will we be at TwitchCon? We do not know. You can just kind of know, though, that we're never going to be at the same place at the same time again, because we've got technically a baby now. So someone's always going to be home with the baby. So there's that. Yes, medieval cats are messed up. Definitely Google that. I'm serious. Yeah, it's a nightmare. If you look this up, I think you can just type in like a medieval goat or something. You should be able to find it. But it's going out the back of its head, and I don't know why. I have no idea. There's no logic there. Jazzy, yes, we have a button maker. We bought one specifically for this reason, because selling buttons like at a convention really isn't that lucrative. Same with online. But we thought it'd be a perfect situation for Patreon, right? And then we wanted an excuse to keep writing stories every month and make sure we make time for that. So what better to do that than to have somebody pay you ahead of time for it, right? That guilt, hey! So that's how we're kind of keeping fresh with our stuff and everything. So if you want to, be on the forefront for that, go follow my Patreon. You don't have to give any money if you don't want to. If you just want to see my updates and see what happens with stuff before you even do anything, that's fine. I have a $1 tier. I have the $6 button tier where you get 2 buttons a month and a story. It's kind of fun. Gabe gets 2 buttons a month and a comic. So if you want a comic, Gabe does comics with his Patreon. But mine are little stories or poems on a little scroll. So it kind of depends if you're into more fantasy or otherwise, I guess. Yeah, I did one of your slime. I hope that's okay. I thought you'd think it's cool. I ruined the surprise, but whatever. Oh no, really, Fire Seal? I'm gonna blame the internet on that. I typed in seal. Sea lion seal. You can tell everyone that. The person that gave me this button screwed it up and did a sea lion instead of a seal. I thought it looked different than the seal you did. Yours looked like a harp seal. Yeah? Oh yeah, Jazzy. They can get expensive too. For a good button maker, you could end up paying like $400. So you gotta find like an in the middle of the road thing. Yeah, that's a good one, Sniggle. It looks like a person. I love it. Hey, Desperado. It's okay. If you want to see me rant hard, you'll probably want to rewind the stream later. It was good, bad. I don't know. But yeah, so that was the bad of our year, but the good is really good. So I'd say it's balanced, but man, has it been a ride. It's been kind of crazy.
If anybody wants to get a
button maker,
I would highly recommend get one of the less expensive ones first to see if you even make money.
Yeah. And I'm still saying don't sell, bringing them to cons.
Unless you're gonna do like a button pack, or if you have them you have a bowl and it's $1 per button or whatever. But otherwise, it's not.
If they're like, I want that one and that one. No, that's a waste of time. It's a waste of your time, their time, everyone's time, and it's not worth traveling with usually. So either a button pack or just like a Ziploc that you pour into a bowl.
But the main reason that I'm saying is, go with the $200 ones are like, they're not the best, but it's enough to get to, if you sell enough, you can make up for it, right? And then you can see if you actually want it or not. That's what you want to do.
This is the whole thing we've talked about too with the don't spend a ton of money if you don't know if it's going to be successful or if you don't know you're going to like it or not. If you have a friend that has one and you want, to make a couple, like Jazzy, if you wanted to make a couple and see if you even like them or if people like them, we'd even do it for you if you want. We're close enough where I'd be like, yeah, send us the pictures, we'll print them out, clip them, send them to you, and you can see what you think. Because, you can only buy that if you know already that it's going to be okay. It's going to be okay sort of thing, but...
they have some pretty good deals on eBay where you can get one that's... I think we paid like $200, and you get like 1,000 pieces for it. But finding more pieces for it is going to be tough right now.
Sniggle, yes. It's the same as selling stickers. Stickers, buttons, and magnets. The opposite side of that is pins, okay? I'd even say bookmarks are good to sell. So pins, like enamel pins, all right? Enamel pins, bookmarks. But yeah, magnets, stickers, and buttons, not usually worth your time. Really, it's not. What makes a button maker bad? Non-metal pieces, for one.
Well, it's also the actual button maker. If it's not made of complete steel, then it probably won't rest very well.
And that's what I was saying, yeah.
Yeah, and then also if it's just like some of the Chinese ones are just built very poorly and they break down very quickly. So we got one of the cheaper ones, I guess. So. Yeah,
it's not the cheapest though. No. It's still expensive, so you're not getting cheap buttons.
If you find a button maker that's under $100, then it's not gonna last you very long.
It's similar to getting a breeded dog. Yeah. If it's under, like, if it's a really like rare breed and it's under $1,000, you can probably rest assured it's from a puppy mill. Don't do that. Don't do that shit. Okay, so on to painting. Sorry it took so long. Only an hour. So I have a swatch sheet here that's falling apart because I've moved so many times. So there's a couple here that have broken off because it's gouache and it doesn't want to stay on here. But there's at least a couple here that I can look at. So I made this swatch sheet. This is on acetate. I've been using acetate lately to paint on. It's been pretty fun and I've gotten good results. But the whole reason I did this is so I can predict the colors and how they'll look on the back of it, because with acetate you have to draw on the back. So all the pencils, highlights, and everything are on the front of this, and I flip it over and I do the flats on the back. So then I figure out, okay, I kind of don't want it to be a dark brown bat, but he does have a satchel here. So I'm trying to figure out ahead of time. And usually I would actually scan this and do like before I actually paint on originals, I like to do mock-ups in Photoshop. So it's good to actually scan the colors you're going to be using and just eyedrop them in. Why not, right? Then you know exactly what it's going to basically look like. Should I make him a yellow bat? Or no? Oh, maybe that's his color. That's that color. And then I can make, yeah. And then I'd usually mark it with a pencil on the back so that I can erase it later, but remember it now. So I'm gonna use this one, use this one. Actually, maybe that would be a better back. Nah, it's too dark. I like this Venetian red, but it looks too much like blood, which might be good for the actual juice. And then maybe ash green.
Oh, actually, ours was $100.
Really?
Yeah.
I'll be damned.
I think I was thinking of anything on. Yeah, well, I guess anything under $100. Well, it looks like these are on sale right now. Which, hey, you know, ours works pretty good. So if anybody.
Ours surprisingly works great. So if you got $100 to blow.
It's it's $75 right now.
Also, if just to point this out, if anybody is subbed to us on Twitch, we like Twitch and subs, but we'd almost rather have you be getting something for your subscription. So if you want to take whatever money you're giving to us on Twitch and switch it to, say, my Curious Collector one, where you get a button, 2 buttons in a story, if you'd rather have that, plus Patreon takes less of a cut than Twitch, so I don't know.
Twitch is going to take half, and Patreon is going to take like a fifth, I think, if not less.
So Fire Seal, if you message me, I'll give you who I use for my enamel pins. I love them. They're fantastic. They're a little bit more expensive, but their customer service is phenomenal. I've never had another company give me their kind of customer service. So let me know, because some, especially now, some enamel pin places are super shady. Okay? And hey, they're actually based in Chicago now.
What?
Maybe, well, they always were.
Oh, that's right.
But we could go get them, maybe.
Huh.
I don't know.
Yeah, that's true. Instead of having them shipped.
Yeah. Thank you, Serenity. You're welcome, Jazzy. Bye, Glitter. Thanks for coming.
Bye.
Do you try to use the color? Okay, so, Serenity, that's a good question. I do, but at the same time, because you can go and you can buy colors that are basically your color palette, mixing and knowing how to mix colors is a very valuable skill to have. You should know how to mix colors. But if there is a color that you can use that's straight out of the tube, there's no shame in that. Okay? As long as it works in the color palette, You know, it's one of those things like don't mix colors just to feel cool if you don't have to if it's already made. Work smarter, not harder, you know? But for me, since I've been doing a lot of just kind of flat work lately, I haven't been wanting to do a lot of rendering or a lot of crazy stuff. It's been nice to just kind of use them out of the tube. So, I don't know, it's really a personal choice as well as a stylistic choice. Now for this, I wouldn't want to render it with a lot of like colors that I've blended together and stuff. This is just going to be flats because the other side is the rendered for me, right? So if I do more than that, the simplicity is going to be taken from it, which is part of the reason I really like it. And I mean, you should be doing art you like, right? And have fun with. But thank you for the host, Avalona. Yeah, don't tight clutch sources, because we're all in this together. We're not going to be stepping on each other's toes, like, ever. So, if you've got, you know, experience, share it. You know, what's the point of experience if you can't share it? I think I said that actually to Serenity in Discord the other day. Right? I mean, for real. Yeah. Hi, Zelda Lee! Welcome. So yeah, if you're the type that likes mixing colors, I think Gabe's one of those. He likes mixing colors.
Even when I love the color that's straight out of the tube, I still want to mix it with a bit something. And that's also because you gotta think of where you're using it. Like you get to a point where you're like, all right, well, not every piece that I'm gonna do is gonna be just white hot light.
Yeah.
So you start to like think like, all right, if I like this turquoise blue,
yeah,
but it's a night scene, I'm gonna have to add some purple to it or some, you know, like the saturated blue.
And I'm gonna have to do that with this. So his actual base color is gonna probably be the raw sienna, but I'm gonna have like the inside of his ear be a tinge pink, you know. But I don't have any pink that's that pink. I mean, that one's pretty good, but if I want it a little bit more rosy, I'll probably have to add a little bit to it. Also, with this especially, with this technique, with the acetate and the gouache, the most important thing I've learned recently is that the gouache, once it dries, you usually can use gouache wet and dry, right? Use the wet for when you want more opaque areas or to cover up other areas you've already done washes of and stuff, but the dry you can usually use as like a wash, kind of like watercolor. You can't really put on an opaque thing then. I mean, unless you really, really water it and then you goop it back up. But that takes a while and it doesn't always reconstitute the same way. So when you need something to stay wet, like, or else it goes to shit and you can't use it anymore, we use these Stay Wet palettes. We found out about these through Pete Moorbacher at a art jam we were at once. Sorry, it's backwards. There you go. It's actually spelled Sta-Wet. But what it is it's got a sponge that's underneath this main part here. There we go. So there's a
link for you guys too. It's pretty cheap. It's like $11 on Amazon right now.
So this is really saturated with water, okay? And then on top of it is this piece of almost like, I don't even know what this is. It just feels like kind of palette paper almost, but it's been wet and soaked. Like Gabe soaked it for like 15 minutes. And you soak it and then you put the paint on and then you cover it up with the cover it gives you, and it should stay wet for a while. The only thing you really have to be kind of afraid of is if it molds, because your paint can mold.
I had some acrylic sitting in there for like maybe like 3 months and it was still wet. We were in a basement too, but
was it moldy though?
No.
Okay, because Pete told us that his acrylic gets moldy.
Yeah.
So gouache and acrylic obviously are going to react a little bit different. So, hey, Starsong.
But it got a little musky, but
musky, like stinky.
Just a little bit. I mean, it wasn't completely nasty, but that definitely will happen if you don't air it out once in a while or use it once in a while. But yeah, I mean, it was still.
Gabe, can you come here for a minute?
Yeah. It was still wet after like a couple weeks.
Can you hand me the brushes that are back there? Hey, Corey. Yeah, you have to check it, and obviously, yeah. But with gouache, is it?
That's it.
Is my little thing of brushes around? This is what happens when you move 3 times.
Do you want to use mine?
Right? If we can find it, that's the ticket there. If we can find it. Sorry, guys.
Yeah.
No, I was apologizing for my not being ready.
Got mine if you want to.
All right, Fire Seal. Take care, man. See you later. Yeah, I mean, Pete pretty much, when he does like traditional stuff, he basically just uses those, like for the most part. Actually, Gabe, it might be over here in that box. There might be my brushes. But are they in there? Be careful, there's a lot of glass in there. If it's not in there, it might be in that one? Maybe? No? I guess I'll use this one. A lot of your brushes are too long and flimsy. I like a good stubby brush. Yeah, so Corey, how much water did you use, and was it acrylic? Because I'm guessing acrylic molds way worse than gouache. Also, how are you, Corey? Gabe, Ashley just called your brushes long and flimsy. How do you feel about that? She just dissed your brushes.
I don't care. They do the job.
They work for him. To each their own. So the other thing about this gouache on acetate is you can't really use water. It's kind of strange, but yeah, you can't really use water with it because then it won't sit on the paper. So this is why you have to keep it wet using the Stay Wet. Because once it's dry, you're screwed. You can't really use it. So.
Granted, you will probably, Ash, you probably will have that.
I'm doing them really, I guess, thin? I don't know.
Like if you have any blobs on there, you'll have to add some water onto them so that they stay wet on top. That's the only downside.
Right. It's gonna be trial and error. I just know that from doing it the other 3 times, this is my 5th, actually. I think this is my 5th acetate painting. The other times I've just learned that the way I was doing it was not gonna work for this method because you do need that, the gouache to stay as wet as possible. But not like water wet. It has to just stay from the tube pure as much as possible. Really strange. Ah. But then there are times you're going to have to wash your brush, but when you have to wash your brush, you have to make sure you dry your brush so that water doesn't affect the gouache really. Every time I do one of these paintings, though, it is kind of cathartic to paint over the lines. I have to admit that. There's something pretty cool about that. The only thing that sucks is if you wanted to put something like under, I guess, this color, let's say, it's too late. Like if I wanted to do any shading at this point there, I can't do it. At least not on this side. It'll have to be on the other side, which, like I said, kind of sucks. But that's okay. I mean, it can be fixed. You have about like 2 or 3 chances to fix stuff, but after that, you gotta learn them, you know, by the next time, or else you're just dumb. That's the thing about, you know, traditional work. You have to learn how to change things for the next time around. Naples yellow deep, not just Naples yellow. I'm gonna take those out so I don't keep looking at them. Oh, that's so racist. What? Okay. Yeah, completely straight from the tube. If you use it watered down at all on here, it's gonna crack, and it's not gonna look right. Like you're gonna see all the brush strokes on the other side. So right away, here, I'll show you what it looks like on the other side. So I'm on the back of the paper, remember. So if I flip it over, you can see how toned down it is now compared to the other side. See that? And that's because it's basically on something that's frosted. So later on, if I did want to round that off a little more and make it, you know, rendered further and have it have some highlights, I already put the white highlights on there, but if I wanted to pop it a bit more, because it is pretty desaturated at this point, I can do that on the other side later. I don't want to do that right now, obviously, because stuff's wet. You don't want to flip it over and have it sitting on paper, because I've had some paint rip off, even way after. If it's sitting on another painting or any paper of any kind, usually can stick together and it gets kind of, so definitely put pieces of paper or like, I don't know, like maybe parchment paper between each painting because they can affect each other. So, let's see, I'm gonna do the bottle real quick. So it's always kind of alarming when you put down the color if you're not used to like painting with vibrant colors. This method is a little bit like, because when you put them down on the back, they're pretty bright, but on the other side, the fact that the paper it's frosted is like that hack Gabe was talking about the other day, where if for some reason, and this is kind of a cheap hack, like a Photoshop hack, but it works some of the time. If your colors aren't really meshing together very well, you can make another layer and put just a flat color in there that works with it, and then pull down the opacity, and then the fact that that color is on every other color, it's gonna kind of coalesce, I guess, the whole piece together. Like it's gonna work more together than it was, because all of the colors then have that other color in common now, that they're all kind of covered with it. And the same thing happens with this acetate. It's got that frosted white, which kind of also brings together colors. So I wouldn't use it as a crutch. You know, it's still good to know color theory and what works with what, obviously, but you know, it's always good to know how things work before you really get into them. That's why it's good to do tests on any new mediums or surfaces you get. You know, if you're gonna paint on wood, you know, you're gonna have to get a piece of wood that you know you'll probably end up using, but it's also okay because you're like, all right, this is gonna be test wood and just test wood, you know? Though, I have to admit, the first time I worked on wood, I just kind of went for it. Which, if you want to work that way too, go for it. Just know, you know, to not say, oh, this sucks, I did this bad, blah, blah, blah. You know, after you've done it, and if you're not happy with it, just be like, okay, that was a test. Next time, you know, have a post-mortem with it and realize, well, okay, so next time I have to add a lot more water on the surface of the wood so that the ink can actually, you know, spread its wings or whatever. Because when working with wood, depending on how you want it to look, a lot of people I know that work with wood will actually do a primer on the top that basically negates the like grain of the wood itself. But I kind of like it when the wood works together with itself, you know, and you kind of, I don't know, I really like that it's unpredictable sometimes. For me, that's exciting. I know for a lot of people, sorry, my video is weird. For some people, they don't like that they can't tell what it's going to do. For those people, I'd recommend doing, you know, the coating on the front. I think it's usually just like a matte medium, something like that. And then they usually use like acrylics on it. When I use wood, what I do is I usually prime the surface with water and just wet it really good. And then if I want it to be tinted, darker or whatever in certain areas, I'll do that ahead of time. I kind of treat it like a watercolor, but it's a little bit harder than a watercolor because if it doesn't stay wet for the time that you need to get down a color or whatever, it's gonna actually, the ink's gonna pool in a spot and just get sucked in immediately. Like, I mean, within 3 seconds immediate. It's so quick that you have to have that water layer to be able to push it around. If the water layer is not there, it just goes straight down into the wood. Like, you know, it's like if you had a watercolor piece of paper that was like 3 inches thick. It just goes straight down. So it's really good to work lightly in stages and to make sure it's always wet. And I like that process for some reason. I don't know why. But other people like, you know, well, you know, I'm gonna have this be, you know, a lot more maybe vibrant than I want the wood to be, so then I want it to have like a background and all this stuff, then, you know, you want to treat it a bit. Yeah, gouache on wood is fun. You get a really neat mix with that, and you kind of want to do the same thing with the water primer, because then you can use the wash version of the gouache, where you take the gouache and you water it down and you can do a wash, and then you build up using it with less and less water, and then you can get more vibrant areas. So yeah, definitely Desperado. If you want to work scarier, use ink. Ink is a very scary way to use on wood. It's a good bit freaky. And as some of you know, I'm kind of a stickler about switching brushes, but I know I'm gonna have to at some point here. Got little details on this guy. Dave, do you have a smaller brush than these? I don't know where my Psycho is.
No, I don't have a Psycho.
I know you don't have a Psycho. Just a little bit smaller. That should maybe work. Okay.
I mean, it'll be really fine, so, like, once you get it.
Yeah, I figured.
This is that Da Vinci.
Okay, so now that part is the bottle holster behind the liquid. So the liquid is gonna be red. I think I wanted to do this Venetian red. Yeah, so if I do the Venetian red, and this is where you gotta kind of think, like what's affecting what? And that can get kind of difficult if you don't have a usual, you have to know your workflow a bit and know how you usually work to be able to accommodate, you know, when a wrench hits it. We'll say that. Yeah, there we go. Okay, so this Venetian red, I'm going to put it down solid here, because for the most part, it's not being affected by anything. But right here, this is actually the background of this holster on the other side. So that is going to affect it because we're going to be seeing the holster through the liquid because the liquid isn't fully opaque, somewhat transparent. So I am going to have to mix those two colors. So this is one of those things you got to think through a little bit before you do it. So that was the Naples. And if you want to go a little bit more crazy, even the fact that the liquid itself is doubling over on itself, you can do, you know, have it be a little bit darker where it doubles up on itself and a little lighter when it's not. Because then more light is going through the part that's not doubling up, if you think about it that way. Actually, I'm going to switch my brush. See? I'm learning. Okay, it's one thing to have your drinking mug next to your water mug, but when they look the same and they're the same color, oh, you can't even see that. They're the same color, so I'm in even more trouble. At least this one's not in a cup right now. I might just change it on the other side too. Yeah, I'll just do the see-through thing on the other side. This is also a good technique for if you really like the look of cell shading and, you know, just doing cell shaded work. Using this acetate and the gouache this way really gives you that effect. I don't have any of my paintings readily accessible for me to show you the effect, but we should be able to tell once I get further along with him. Oh, Jesus, Sniggle. That's a lot of text. Will you still be doing the Christmas New Year's special stream then if you have to move again? Yeah, I think we'll at least do one. I don't know which yet. Maybe the New Year's?
Probably. I mean, I don't know, did we ever do a Christmas one? Or
yes, because I was an elf and you were Santa.
Oh, right.
Mm-hmm. Actually, maybe we should have a poll on that. If you guys would rather have a Christmas one that's not on Christmas exactly. I don't know, maybe it would be actually. I don't know. Or a January 1st one. Well, December 31st, January 1st. Does anybody have any they care more about one or the other? We'll take it into account for sure. The other day, my friends and I wanted to go out for ramen. They decided on a place I didn't know about, and I was like, I don't know. I don't really know. But I never went up to that. It serves terrible. It's like, everybody got sick? No! Oh, Sniggle, no!
Street meat.
Oh, street meat. And that's the thing. Oh my god, Sniggle, that sucks. I hope it wasn't too expensive. That always feels like crap. Mm-hmm. You go to a place and it's expensive and you still get sick? Man. Oh, you're working on both days, Serenity? Oh. Well, let's see. If I think about it, the more festive of the two is usually the New Year's stream. But I feel like more people would be available for the Christmas one.
You think so?
I don't know. I mean, overseas might. New Year's, though, I don't know. See, if anybody else has any input on that, really, it doesn't matter to us either way. We'll probably just end up picking one. I'm leaning towards the New Year's just because it's absurd, and I like that it's absurd. But that's all it's got going for it, really. They're both otherwise pretty much the same. Christmas, we dress up like Santa and an elf, obviously. And on New Year's, we dress up really fancy. So, I don't know. And we have silly string and we throw stuff.
And we do a countdown every hour.
And we do the countdown every hour for every time zone. Yeah. Well, every U.S. time zone.
Yeah.
That's true, Sniggle. That's why I was thinking, like, not everybody celebrates Christmas. I mean, technically we don't. We don't really partake in Christmas, but New Year's, you can't really fight it because it's based on the fact it's the first. Like, you know what I mean? It's not religiously held down. I don't know. We just do Christmas because it's got some cute imagery to it. We don't partake in what it's about, you know? That whole thing.
Except for maybe the paganness of it.
Yeah, pagan backstory maybe. Dang it, I marked my other color and now I don't remember where it is. Hey, Wade!
Hey.
How you been, homie? Oh, that was supposed to be for his... Shoot, see, this is why you gotta write shit down. Oh no, it was down there. Ash green. Ash green. I don't know how to use that. It's my name and it's my green. Oh, there's a moss green too. Hold up. Oh yeah. Oh baby, oh baby. Oh, that's gonna look too Christmassy though. Ah, maybe not. Yeah, screw it. Moss green. Better than ash green. It's a party. True that, Snig. True that. Ah, true. Serenity, true. How you been, Wade? We miss you, man. How you been? Crows, crows, crows. So, I'm getting more comfortable with this method of doing painting, but at the same time, every once in a while I'm still trying to put a wrench in my own system, keep things fresh. So, I'm gonna not be doing my usual colors for like gloves and stuff. Usually for gloves and boots, I'm doing like a Van Dyke brown type color where it's just super like a cool brown. But I think I won't do that this time. Maybe I'll make his gloves like yellow. Unless I use yellow close to him, then I won't. Also, I didn't like this place anyway because the lighting is crap. So, there's that. Aw, thanks, Wade. Hope you've been good, homie. already this Stay Wet palette is working pretty good for my my paints. I can already tell it's still keeping it pretty wet, so that's good. It's true, Sniggle. It's true. Lots of other reasons. It's just you don't want to stay at a place that gets like that bad vibe. Have you guys ever been in that position where it's like you live somewhere that has either, I don't know, just bad vibes?
Or even work somewhere.
Even, yeah, I guess even at work, if like you and a workmate have like an argument and like you try to avoid them at work and stuff, or you know they're trying to do things to you in your journey behind your back, like, isn't that the worst feeling ever? Like, I hate that. That's like anxiety city, man. Whether you have like clinical anxiety or not, you're gonna get anxiety from that. You know, it's crazy. I'm so morally confused on this flesh tint color still. It's so insane to me. This is the war on Christmas, in my opinion. That's exactly what that is.
The colors.
The flesh tint.
Mm-hmm.
It's like, you guys, not all flesh is this color. You know, it's happy holidays because other people celebrate holidays, not just Christmas. Sorry. Drives me nuts. Here, let's put this in here now. Okay, so this is gonna get a little bit dicey, see? And you can always tell that's too much water. Okay, when the gouache starts breaking apart, too much water. You can do that, but then that means you have to like wipe off your brush even more, because you screwed up. They're harshing your mellow, man, right? Oh, you know what was really embarrassing? I'll even tell you guys this. I started crying in front of this lady, and like she had no like emotion for it. She's very much a robot. I don't know, Gabe, that was weird, right?
Yeah.
Like that was just weird.
I honestly think she was just scared of like getting in trouble herself. She
absolutely was scared. But she had to know. She, lied to us.
Mm-hmm.
And she did know, but she didn't want to, like, admit to it.
Mm-hmm.
I'm sure somebody probably told her, hey, don't admit to this.
Mm-hmm.
Like, hold your ground. If they get emotional, just stay stoic. Like, I don't cry usually in front of anyone. Alright? I'm not a crier. I don't like to cry. I get embarrassed, whatever. But I was basically bawling. It was just dumb. It's all dumb. Wait, I'm not going over it again. I gotta be honest. If you want to know what happened, rewind the thing later. It's in like the first 5 minutes of the stream. I just went off. So when people ask me how I am, I'm that guy that's like, you sure you want to know? Because I'm totally gonna tell you. I'm gonna tell you everything. Okay? Like if they're like, if no one asks me how I am, I'm not gonna tell them. But if they ask me, I'm gonna tell you. Because you literally asked for it. But it's just stupid. We have to move again. So yeah. And we gotta break the contract, blah 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 blah. And I will give them a bad review, but only after I leave. Because this is messed. Good thing is, at least the place we're going is better than all the places we've been. So it's like we had to, the whole go through hell, keep going thing.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, that's what that is. Well, there are good things on the back end of it. So it's weird because it's like it's a blessing in disguise. And, I feel like we're getting used to this. Do you feel like that?
I guess.
Like, every bad thing that happens to us has some weird silver lining that, you know, we'll be like, oh my god, this sucks, why is this happening? And then all of a sudden it's like, oh, here's a saving thing. And I mean, I'm gonna knock on wood for that because I have never been that lucky. But like the past couple things that have gone wrong with us have always seemed to turn up fine. And it's really weird. I don't think it's normal by any means, you know? And I don't want to start trusting that either, just in case that luck runs out or whatever. But I have always believed that luck is due strictly to, like, putting yourself in luck's way. You know? Like, you have to go to the opportunity for, you know, to be hit by it, I guess. Like, go to the bus stop to get hit by the bus. I don't know. That sort of thing. Terrible analogy, but hopefully it makes sense. I forgot a part here. I put a little bit of his stomach in the front here, but the more I look at this, it does not look like stomach. It might look a little bit more dirty than that, but that is not what I intended. So yeah, Serenity, I am going to have to move that. So, thank you for bringing that up, actually. If anyone does want to send us anything to our P.O. Box, please do so before probably the first week of January. Because since we're moving to Chicago, we are going to be moving the P.O. Box. Because I'm not driving 3 hours to get back to this P.O. Box. But yeah, it's gonna be different. So if you have anything to send, please do so before that time. I'm pretty sure they forward it, but I don't want to rely on that, just in case. So yeah. Thank you for bringing that up, Serenity. I would have totally forgot about that. I am really hyped for the new place, though, you guys. Like, all the stuff that's there is basically all I've ever wanted with, like, a living situation for the most part. And I promise whatever first stream we have with the pup here, you're gonna meet him. So, what are the advantages of having a P.O. Box? Great question, Jazzy. So, I would only recommend getting a P.O. Box when you start getting a decent enough amount of followers. I'm not saying a lot, but enough to where you're also sending out things. So if you have a Patreon, I would almost recommend getting a P.O. Box. It's not as expensive as a lot of people think. It's not that bad. And it actually feels really freeing in a way, because you know that when you're sending out your stuff, people can't track it back to where you live, you know? It's just to a post office. So that's really nice. And we have had a couple scary calls and know of a couple friends who have, where it's like you don't want your actual address on there. So I would say when you start maybe doing Patreon or getting more active with your Etsy, or if you're just really protective of yourself, which is never a bad thing, you know, I would say it's probably a good thing to check on. And when it comes to the sizes, this threw us for a loop for a little bit. You don't need the biggest size. I think we have the second smallest? Yeah, I think we have the second smallest. So what happens is, if you get a big package, depending on how big, if it's big enough to fit, they have these lockers that are about this big. It's like 12 by 12. And if they can fit it in there, they'll take the key from that locker and put it in your P.O. box and tell you which locker it is. If it's bigger than the locker, they take it up behind the desk, and then they give you a little notice in your P.O. box that says, hey, it's at the front desk, you gotta wait in line and talk to the people and they go get it, blah, 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 blah. So I don't know, I've loved it. I really, really have loved having a P.O. box. I think it's great. Like I said, especially if you move around a lot, But we've been lucky up to this point where we've just been moving in the same town. After this, though, since we're moving 3 hours away, we're going to have to get one in that town. So if anybody has anything to send to us, please do it before then. Oh, I don't want to move again. Luckily, most stuff is already in boxes still. So there's that. Yeah, and you should just be able to go to USPS.com and actually like type in your zip code, find the closest post office to you, and you'll see their rates and how they do it. I think for us, for like 6 months, I'm not gonna remember this.
It's like it's less than $50.
I think it's like, isn't it $12 a month? It's like 11 bucks a month.
But it's also like you gotta pay for it, like.
You pay for all those months ahead of time. It's like insurance. Like you pay for car insurance, like 6 months of car insurance all at once if you can. And
that's why we say like if it's really only worth it if you're really like.
Yeah.
If you like, really want to protect your address, I guess.
Your privacy.
Yeah.
Yeah. Which if you don't, that's totally cool, but I would suggest once you start getting not necessarily more popular, but just more well known, or like you start sending out more things.
That's when it's, yeah.
That's what I'm saying. So like, you don't have to even be popular on any social media, but if you are sending out a lot of things, you never know. It's better to not give people the option, It's safe than sorry. That's all it is.
Or if you have a really like tough grandpa or something.
Yeah, so I mean, worst case scenario, I would say if you can't afford to get a P.O. box, I would say if you're cool with your workplace, maybe ask them, hey, can I put this on return addresses? Because usually no one ever needs a return address. Like 80% of the time, I'd say. But, it's good to have something there. So if you can use your office or use your workplace, anything like that that's not your actual place of residence, I would say that's, that's a good idea. Like I said, this is if you can't afford P.O. Box, which, I don't know. I don't think it's that crazy. Like, I think it's more important than Netflix. If that makes any difference. I don't know.
Yeah, that is weird, isn't it? Like, it's like, well, what do you think is important to you?
Right? Bye, Sniggle! Have fun! Oh, thanks. I appreciate that. So acetate, you spelled it almost Serenity. It's like this. And this is acetate alternative. I really don't know what that means. I'm guessing it's because regular acetate might be either toxic or uses animals. I don't know. This is just an alternative. It says it on the thing, so I don't know. But have I done it directly on the thing? Yeah, it works fine. It really just depends on the look you're going for, Serenity. So if you do want that, so I know this looks a little funny, but hopefully it'll make sense later once I flip it over. But yeah, I was actually thinking of doing some darker parts in here and kind of fading it out here, but then I remembered I shaded the other side. So really it depends on the look you're going for. If you don't want that cell shaded look, here I'll show you where we're at. Okay, so this is where we're at right now. Okay, so there's a lot of white there. So what I'm gonna end up doing is actually taking some paint to the front side too to pop it out and to get rid of that white. See how shading with white is a bad thing usually? I do it, but then I usually put a color over it because the white pencil actually helps the paint stay on top of it on this stuff. So right now it looks a little jank balls, but round 3, phase 3, it'll kind of come together. So there will be that. But you can tell right here I missed this part that's on the inside of his little cape. So I'm going to have to go back and do that. But I didn't shade it on the other side, like what you were saying, Serenity, where you blend the colors, because it's blended here. So I didn't want to possibly screw that up. However, if I had just done the line work and not done any, rendering or shadows or highlights, then I could have done it there because I'd know how it would look from the backside. So it really depends on the look you're going for. If you did want it more painterly on the other side, it should totally work, Oh no, Wade, you watched it? Oh. What do you think? Oh, Jazzy, shut up, thank you. You're very sweet. I'm gonna vom! I love it. Yeah, because I don't want to complain, because I usually don't like complaining to corporate or anything like that. I don't like getting people in trouble. I'm really against all that stuff. However, I feel like in this case, this is a very rare case where she left things out, I feel, on purpose. And I don't think that's okay. You guys know me and my moral code that's super tight, I guess, for the most part. With some things. But, lying and stuff like that, I don't like letting that go and letting people get away with that, so, I feel like I should do something about it. But I also am starting to wonder if they've actually spread the news within the company, because corporate Gabe is in Oshkosh.
Oh.
So I almost wonder if they've already spread the news about me, because no one is responding to me.
Oh, okay.
Which I almost want to put it in your court now and just talk through your email, or like you use another email to get to them. Because I think they know, this email, don't talk to this person. That could also be me being paranoid, but it's been like 2 days since I tried to contact them and nothing. So this has just been a nightmare. Oh, thanks, Serenity. You guys are really nice, man. I appreciate that. So no one has any real say on if they want a Christmas stream or a New Year's stream? I think the New Year's might be better. Gabe, what do you think?
Yeah, I think it'll be more fun, I guess.
I think it would. Will you wear your suit this time?
My suit?
Yeah.
Oh, yeah, I guess because it's not... I think because it would get hot in the basement, maybe? Was it?
I think you got warm because of lights.
Yeah, that's probably it.
We're also going to have to figure out how to set up a dual stream system in this place.
Oh, yeah.
The next place, we should be able to do it again. That's exciting. Because I really hate this. Right now, if you guys remember our last apartment, we were next to each other looking the same way. So we actually hooked up cameras all to my computer, because it's boss. But this place, Gabe's actually behind me, like a few feet, like... Maybe I can actually show you. There's Gabe. No, and the reveal!
No,
so he's back there now. So there is no real way we can do a dual stream. So he's going to probably have to come over here. And we're going to have to like put up a little table. And he'll be like on this shitty table like drawing. Anyway. Is it really, Jazzy? Do you never get to go anywhere? I don't like New Year's either. I don't know... Like, I don't know. I feel like it's more of a funeral than a birth. Is that weird? Maybe that's pessimistic. I don't know. I feel like someone that you didn't like died, and it's just sad because something died. I don't know. Maybe that's too much. Sorry. Thank you, Jazzy. Feel free to clip that if that was funny enough. I actually think that probably looked cool. From my perspective, it looked kind of cool. But yeah, so, we have banners. This is another thing, if you guys ever do conventions. So this was my old convention banner. It's actually that mouse that's on my offline screen. And it's really big, but it's got my old name on it, so I can't even really use it. I do want a new one, though. Do you think I should do that this year? Can I fit that in the rigging bag?
Yeah, I guess if you're going along. Yeah.
Because when I'm at conventions, it's really distracting that I'm fit in this little window, but if you look through it, it's me, but then behind me is all this like convention noise, visual noise, right? So if I had it behind me, similar to this actually, really similar to this, that would probably be better. Oh no, Serenity, really? Honestly, we usually do too. And it's Gabe's friends, and they're great. We love Gabe's friends, like a lot. But the problem is we never usually get to go because of either work, because Gabe actually has a deadline that is January 1st. So that really makes it tough for us to even do anything up to that point. But we went 2 years ago? Was it 2 years ago? It's really fun, but it's another one of those things where it's like we don't drink, and just watching people get drunk, and I'll be honest, I hate being around drunks. I really do. I know that sounds super goody-goody whatever, but both my parents were drunks. I don't like drunks. So I don't want to put myself in that situation, if that makes sense. So it's one of those things where it's like, is it worth it? You know? I don't know. So we're definitely not going this year though, just because of that deadline Gabe's got, but hopefully next year. Maybe we could even bring the dog next year. I don't know. Because like I said, his friends are great, but I just don't like being around drunks. Some of the people I don't know either. So.
Well, Jazzy, you're invited to our Christmas, New Year's shenanigans. How's that for an invitation?
See, this is enough reason for me to do it on New Year's. So yeah, Jazzy, you party with us.
That's basically why we keep doing it on New Year's, is because we know there's some people that
don't have anywhere to go, or stuff like that.
Don't want to go out anywhere.
Yeah, Jazzy, I'm like you too. My idea of fun is not getting smashed or going to bars or like, I don't know, bar food or like even just talking. Oh my God. I hate standing and talking and drinking. Those are like the things I don't like to do. Oh, I'm sorry, that's a party apparently. Like, that's not what I'm into. So, yeah, I'm with you. I would very much love to just sit and draw and be silly with you on stream. Is that okay? Can we do that? Hi, Coda. Yeah, we'll be streaming on New Year's. F it. That's what we're doing. Oh man, so the first color I set down on this Stay Wet, it's like still good. Like this thing is working good.
So does that mean then we're gonna have another
silly string fight?
Well, no, like a cheap commission thing.
Yeah, I think we'll do the cheap commissions. God, we gotta stop calling them that. I don't want to say inexpensive commission, discount commission, or does that sound bad too? Damn it.
Quick commission.
Quick commish? We could do that. Quick commish.
Or I guess we could call it like Black Friday. Black Friday priced commissions.
Not everybody knows what Black Friday is. That's the only problem.
75% off commissions.
Actually, that might be a better idea if we give it like an actual numeric name.
Yeah.
Which I didn't think about until you said that. Well, Serenity, if you want to be with us, you know how we feel about that. We'd be down for it. See, guys, it's hard, isn't it? Because you don't usually, like, I used to be in branding and stuff, too, with, like, mobile games and things, so it's not easy to think of a quick, concise, 2-word, usually, name that means exactly what you want it to. See, on-sale commissions, deal commissions, the problem is the word commission. It's actually too long. So that's the problem. So it's more like quick art, or like, is there a better word even for commission? Like, that's what we want to kind of focus on. Oh, thanks, well, Desperado.
I feel like everyone that we know, or everyone that would actually come to the stream, or that follows us
yeah
knows what a commission is?
For the most part.
Yeah, so I don't think we have to worry about the word commission. It's just, you're right, the cheap.
Well, the cheap part, I'm saying the word commission's too long for anything quippy. That's what I'm saying. Because it is. It's really long. Like, it's a long damn word. And I don't feel like it needs to be, you know? Oh, shoot, I was using the wrong color. Maples! The art wheel. Yeah, and see, the quick deals thing, that's when you get too far away from the original idea, so you have to pull it back. Because then it's like, wait, where have I gotten to? You get to this part where you're brainstorming and you're going down this road, and you literally get lost. You're like, wait, what was the original thing? Oh, I'm way far off. Okay, never mind. And then you gotta pull yourself back. It gets tough, man. Brainstorming this kind of stuff isn't easy. That's why, like, good branding, I always have, like, a lot of respect for those that can brand really well. Because it's not easy. A good trick, though, is using a lot of alliteration, if possible. So, alliteration is usually really memorable. People usually love it, because it's fun, typically. But yeah. Holiday haul. I mean, if one person was taking home a bunch, maybe, but... It still is not saying what it is, though, you guys. See the problem? Like, that's why commission is good, but it's too long. Like, think of another word for commission. Like, it'd be something like when you ask for art. Also, it's hard for me to not feel pressured on camera thinking, but it's like we draw. I don't know. It's tough. Clover Mission, yeah, because that's better. I love you guys, but no. Because it's not just me either. It's also Gabe. Remember that. It's both of us. And honestly, the way we split up whose channel it's on is actually if it falls closer to one of our days. So the whole, fact that, what was the last one? Thanksgiving? That one ended up on Thursday. So that was on my stream. But I think the holiday before that, it was on one of Gabe's days. So he got it. So I don't know what day... What day does December 31st end on?
On a Monday.
So it's on Gabe's day. That's weird. So the New Year's stream will be on Gabe's stream. So when in doubt, if you don't know what day our special thing is going to be on, you can figure it out that way because that's how we figure it out. And even if we couldn't do one of those, honestly, we need to do one of those because paying for 2 rents is not going to be easy. So this would help a lot. And we pretty much need to. Magic Mondays. There you go, Gabe. Magic Mondays with Gabba.
Well, I'm gonna start doing next year. I'm gonna start doing fountain pen Fridays.
Oh, what are you gonna do for that?
I'm just gonna do doodles with a fountain pen and then maybe talk about the fountain pen or some shit. I don't know.
Are you gonna go back to doing watercolor Wednesdays?
No, then that's too much.
I like watercolor Wednesdays.
Yeah, but that was too much. It does take way too much time to do it like an actual watercolor.
You're too much, man.
Unless maybe that was like one Wednesday out of the month I do that.
Or what if you did the prep work before the stream and just watercolor during the stream?
But it's all too much work is the problem.
You mean the waiting?
No, it's just too much work. Oh. Like everything that I'm doing is,
Gabe's life is too much work, you guys.
Does that make sense? So like for me to do a watercolor piece every, and if I am, then it's just it'd have to be something very simple and
That's what you always do.
No, that's the problem, is that I've spent the past 3 years of my life doing really simple things, but I haven't done anything.
Gabe's tired of not doing anything more substantial.
Exactly.
Fair. That's fair. So what do you wish for yourself?
To do something substantial.
So what about a day you work on your webcomic on stream?
And then that's another problem I've been thinking about is then there's spoilers regarding those.
Oh, yeah, that's true. And I guess if you're gonna have Patreon with it.
Exactly.
Yeah, alright. Fair. All is fair. I'm gonna be honest, these colors do work together, but they're not my favorite colors. In fact, they remind me of those terrible Teenage Mutant Ninja Turtle popsicles. Does anyone remember those? They were always messed up. Like, they had little gummy eyes or whatever. They were like gum. Like gumball eyes. Do you know what I'm talking about? Right. And it was just like a Teenage Mutant Ninja Turtle head. Yeah. And it was on a pop. Like, it was these colors. I remember that, and it was always disgusting. Ugh. I'm asking the hard questions. It's true. I'm like Anderson Cooper, but art. And then I get a follow. Yes! I like Anderson Cooper. I also like Chris Cuomo. They ask the hard questions. Mushroom Monday. Oh, Jazzy! Did you make a hashtag for that?
Bodhi can join in.
Yeah, but Coda, if I just say fair deals somewhere, there's no context. That's the only problem. Like, fair deals with what? You know, at least if we're saying, like...
I'm not gonna swindle you. It's a fair deal.
It's a fair deal. Obviously. It's real good art. It's the best art. It's great art.
You think I lied to you?
Jazzy, you could do, you could just do Jazzy's Mushroom Monday. Honestly, hashtags are getting to the point where you have to be more either cryptic or it has to be longer for you to maintain it. I have one called Daily Story Bits that is like how I talk, and somebody's already encroaching on that with something that's crap, and I'm like, what? You can't get rid of that, and I'm like, ugh. Anyway. Ooh, Fungi Friday. Do that.
Oh, that's cool.
Fungi Friday. I know it's fungi, but whatever.
Fungus Friday.
Get out of here. Fungi Friday. Do it. You could do Moral Monday, where it's like M-O-R-E-L. Morals, you know? Anyway. Gig wheel event. Eric's, that doesn't say art, though. It has to say art and commission, but not like actually the word commission. Cause
what the hell is a gig wheel?
I don't know. I think she means gag wheel. I don't know.
What?
I don't know. But a commission is hired art. Or honestly, it doesn't even have to be art. A commission is just you're hired for a project or you're hired for a work. So see, I can't even. I'm usually good at this shit and I can't even think of this right now. It's gonna be something I'll have to think of on my own in the quiet and in the dark, you know. Not necessarily dark, but why not? I'll think of it later. It's so hard to actually think and stream at the same time. Like, think about, like, serious stuff when you're streaming. Not even kidding. The other nice thing about this is that you can kind of go over old paint that you've already got here that's dry because it's not going to be affected really. Sometimes this works actually really well for fur because you'll have places that aren't as opaque as other places that you've filled in. So this actually gives a really nice like variants in the fur that you don't always plan for, and it just kind of happens. Happy accidents, y'all. Happy accidents. So on the other side, it'll give some interesting variation. As long as it's like going the same way, you know, the fur has flow, it'll look intentional. If you don't do it that way, it may not look as intentional. Ooh, I do like saying quick though. Quick commissions or quick commish. The fact that we're maybe emphasizing more the time frame it takes than the actual pricing. Because I think quick almost denotes how much it'll be, you know? Half-penny holiday hirings. Jazzy, I love you. It's okay, Eric's. Eric's, are you working on anything right now? Is anybody? What are you guys up to? God, this song always comes on and I just want to start a fucking riot. I know that's just like kind of pathetic, but it's like, yeah, let's go do the thing, man. Screw waiting, let's go. But I know that's not smart. That's true. See, but that's good brainstorming when you guys work together. You guys are brainstorming the absolute correct way, too. Like, the worst thing you can do when you're brainstorming is actually just do, like, one or two things and then be like, oh, I don't know. Or, like, put down a couple things and be like, these are stupid, and then quit. The whole point of brainstorming is to keep going and write down every single thing you think of. And you should be writing it down, which you are, but, like, when you're doing it for yourself, make sure you have paper. Ideally paper, because you'll remember what you write down, not necessarily what you type. So write down all the possibilities, everything you're thinking of, even if you think it's the stupidest damn thing, write it down. Because later on when you look at it, that really stupid thing can sometimes either look way good later or actually give you a different idea after seeing it a second time. So with brainstorming, there are no wrong answers usually. But when you're like looking at it, be like, well, that takes me over here, and then I start thinking of these things, and then I really like that one. That one makes me think of all this stuff. And this is where I was saying you can get lost. So if you keep digressing, and you digress too far without your main focus still in view, like the, we could just call it quick draw.
Oh, that's good. I like that.
So that's what I'm talking about. So with the quick thing, we were missing, or the holiday thing, we were missing the aspect of art. So we needed to bring that back because that was the focus. So doing quick draw, you know, and then we always call it a duel because we're dual streaming, but we're also dueling each other. So it's like UAL and UEL at the same time. So quick draw actually makes sense for that too. So that's all working together now. So that, I don't know, I'm kind of sold on that.
Mm-hmm.
And it's easy, you know. Ooh, Serenity, cool. Oh, Eric's. Yeah, I mean, even if it was easy, doing presentations aren't always easy. So you should relax if you haven't yet. Like, do some things that, like, indulge in yourself a bit. Have some bad food that you like. Stuff like that. Artist book. Oh! Hey! Gabe, did you read what Desperado wrote? You should check that out.
Oh, good. Awesome. I don't know what that means, artist book, but you're doing stuff. That's good.
Well, and you're being free with it, and you should be. That's fantastic. Good for you, man. Yeah, it sounds like you need to unwind a little bit, Eric, because you sound just like you're kind of miserable, honestly. Make sure to take some time for you, man. Hey, there you go, Serenity. That's a good reason. So you've got, what, 2 weeks? Basically? Something like that? Wait, I have a countdown on my phone to getting the dog, so I should be able to figure out. You ate a whole bag of Christmas cookies? That's a good start. I'm proud of you. Good job. Okay. So, 23 days until we get the puppo. So that means minus 3 days. So it's probably like 19 days away. So that's about a little under 3 weeks until. So you can do that, Serenity. You'll be fine. You will be more than okay. Also, I'm going to reiterate, if you subscribe to either of us on Twitch, maybe consider switching it over to Patreon, where you can sometimes get a physical reward, depending on what tier you're on. Where here, you get maybe 3 emojis once we upload them. I think right now you just get 1. There's only 1 level. $10 days? What? Serenity, you get a puppy too? Is that what? Oh. Oops. I pressed, I think. Yay. Thank you. I'm replying to someone on Instagram.
Oh.
If you were watching me, you'd know.
No, well, I don't.
I know.
Talk the thing.
It's okay.
Also, did you tell them about Subshroom?
No! Oh my god, I gotta do that. Okay, how many of you know about the Subshrub? Raise your hand in some digital form. Also, here's our pup. Because she's adorable. Oh, get out of here, man. And she's cute. She's got a receding hairline like an old man. I love her. Look at this rope. I'm gonna pinch this like crazy. It's gonna be so much fun. She's so cute. Oh my god. What kind of bat is he? He is I think a fruit bat. He's just a regular fruit bat. There are some bats that I think are really ugly, and then some that are really cute. I forgot what kind he is. Maybe I had a reference that I downloaded. I'm a pincher. Oh my god, and I kiss dogs on the mouth. I'm that guy. I'm so gross. It's okay though. Look at her. Look at that mush. Oh my god. Just all the... Oh, so many wrinkles. Oh, I'm having palpitations. I'm trying to find that bat that we've got here, but I think it's a fruit bat. I'm not sure. If you just type in cute bat, you'll probably find it. Hey Mars, thanks for the raid. Okay, so the Subshrub, right? You guys know technically it's from Sanex, the same company that does Hello Kitty and stuff, right? It's this little guy. They're from a series of cute characters called Sumiko Gurashi, okay? Right? The internet knows me so good, and I'm so mad at the internet for this, but they actually have a bubble popper type game with all the characters from Sumiko Gurashi. So it's also got the Subshrub in it, and he's one of the characters in here, as well as the little shrimp guy and the little penguin and the really mad dinosaur guy and Atari Panda. And apparently that's God. I'm figuring out. I don't know. But yeah.
Also, you can buy most of these as toys?
Yeah. So we have a couple of these toys. So that guy right there, we have him as like a stuffed animal. This guy, I want to get him next. Oh my god, I love him. He's the shrimp guy. If you go on their website, they have little crazy cute backstories. I love them so much. It's so stupid. I don't care. But anyway, Facebook was like, you like this, right? And I was like, yeah. So? And then it's like, oh, hey, do you want to go back to something you hate? And I was like, maybe. Why? So I used to make these games at the company I used to work for. So it's been a couple years. Also, there's a shit ton of pop-ups every time you log in. But anyway, the currency is clovers, which is the melancholy clover that's on my little guy. So I always forget his name, but it's this guy, right? And he's in here. And it's a bubble popper game. It's not like Bejeweled. You don't swap. It's a, oh, Jazzy, you're texting me while I'm doing a thing. But yeah, we have this guy. But anyway, there's my sub-shrub. But it's so weird because it's one of those things where it's like, I don't own the sub-shrub. I'm just using him on my stream right now. It's not, anything. I'm gonna end up making my own little guy. I've already designed one. It's just, you guys saw on that emoji stream that I designed one. But it's just weird. Now I associate that character more with me, which is not a good thing. But anyway, hi Mage, what's up? My life just got so much better. How come, pretty? Oh, they're so cute, Serenity. It drives me crazy. They're so much better at making mobile games than we are, too. Oh my god. It's okay, Jazzy. Don't worry about it. I thought it was funny. Jazzy and I talk all the time. We're like besties. Alright. Maybe I will do the gloves brown on this. Okay, I actually might have to. But not the usual brown. I'm not gonna do Van Dyke brown. I'm pulling back. I'm not gonna do it. I usually always do it. I'm not gonna do it. Oh, that's too much the same color. Shoot. Okay, so this is part of the problem with doing this. If you do put down the wrong color, you have to lift it back up. Because if you just put something on top of it, it's not gonna matter because technically the first layer on the other side is the one you just put down first. So, sorry, gotta go back. Okay. Typically no, Serenity. What it would most likely do is just darken it a little bit, but it depends on the color and how dark the other colors you did. So like if I put maybe this brown here on this and blended it well enough, maybe you'd be able to tell on the other side, but it'd be super subtle and it would really mess with what I've got going on the other side. For those of you who just came in too, I'm working on the back side of this, so this is actually the front where I've done all the line work and you can actually see all the colors. Also, if I wanted to fix this, I'd probably just start mixing it a little bit to make that gradient between those two colors a little softer. So right now it's a little too harsh for me, but thanks, Jazzy. You're too kind. But I don't know. I enjoy art that has like an unpredictable outcome. So the fact that with this you paint on one side and you get to flip it over and have a reveal almost for yourself, it's kind of fun. Paladin, thank you for the sub. 2 months in a row, thank you. You get 2 sub-shrub nub rubs. This is where the sub-shrub comes in. Make a wish. I'll make them long nub rubs. Okay, ready? 1, 2. Done. Thank you, Paladin. Thank you. Good evening. How am I? I'm well now. I got out all the negatives at the beginning of the stream, I think. Because when somebody says, how are you? I cannot tell them everything. Because you asked. So usually. But since I already did that, I'll just tell you if you really want to know the good and the bad, mainly the bad, watch the beginning of the stream again. I mean, it's not horrible, but it's not great. That's for sure. Gabe is inking? Yeah?
Yep.
Yeah. Oh, they were some awesome robes. Glad to hear it. Glad you're pleased. No, it's okay, Jazzy. Honestly, what we were gonna do Which this is not really in the cards. I think one of us would have spilled before we actually moved again, but we wanted to wait until after we moved and been like, oh, by the way, we're in Chicago now. And people be like, wait, what? Didn't you just move to another, and then do it? But
it's like a month for them.
Yeah, we'd have to keep that under wraps for a while. And that would suck because we were mad about it, and when you're mad about it, you want to talk about it. So we wanted to talk about it. Anyway. I'm just more mad those people haven't contacted me back. Like, she hasn't called me back, she hasn't anything me back. So I'm like, really? I wonder if What's-Her-Face actually emailed her and was like, yeah, we took care of it.
Mm-hmm.
It's like, no, we did not. And plus, good customer service, you call back anyway, and if they're like, no, everything's okay, then you're like, okay, glad to hear it. Well, let us know if you have any other problems. Right. That's what you're supposed to do. That's what you do for good customer service, but not if you're these guys, apparently. Whatever, man. Okay, so this actually isn't a full-on white, what I'm doing right now. This is actually more of a white mixed with a little brown. So it's not the full color. Apparently my brush is still too wet. Damn. Because I don't want, like, a stark white. I don't think you should ever have a stark white. That's true, right, Gabe?
I mean, it's the same with whatever else you're doing. It should only be for, like, white, hot light, bright.
Like, even then, though, I almost feel like that's a bad move.
Mm.
Like, make it a white that's, like, the brightest thing, but also maybe partially a color that's in your palette.
Yeah.
Right?
Yeah.
Like, that feels like a don't paint with black.
Mm.
That whole rule.
Yeah, that's why when, like, you actually use it, it's gonna be, like, the most, like, the highest
part. Yeah.
The lightest part. That way it actually attracts that look.
But it could still be that without being out of the tube white.
Yeah.
Yeah. You're in Chicago now? Not yet, but soon. Because we just moved into this apartment 2 weeks ago. Some shit went down, and now we're going to be moving to Chicago. It's crazy. We went over all of it in the beginning. Quite a good performance on my part, I must say. I was revved up. Yeah, Desperado, yeah. I feel that way too. I feel like I do have to bring that brown back. So these parts are still uncolored because I want to do gold on the other side. But I'm still so early in this process where it's like, do I fully do it on the back and then do it on the front too? I don't think so. That'd probably be a bad idea. Also, I should probably do a background. At least some kind of color. Oh, did these turn out as like primary colors almost? Gabe, can I get your feedback on this?
Mm-hmm.
I think I'm gonna take the Van Dyke Brown and go on the gloves and then maybe do the floor as that. But what should I do as the background? So right now, right here. I was thinking of blue, but I think that would screw it up.
How would it screw it up?
Well, because right now it's like kind of warm tones.
Yeah, but you want that.
For the contrast?
Yeah, it'll push it. It'll
not like
push
a
the
pink?
background back.
What kind of a blue then? Like
probably that.
Ooh.
The ash green. Oh, that's ash green. I would say maybe ash green. It's cool enough.
Yeah, but that moss.
That or the turquoise.
This one?
No, the next one.
This one?
No, to the left. Yeah.
Oh no, that is not even in that palette. That's CMYK. This is RGB. This is more RGB. That's more CMYK. I don't want to mix those.
It doesn't matter.
It does to me. Like that irks my brain. It's like a different color set. You know?
You can see it. You can't see that.
Well, you need it like in the light, not with light behind it.
I feel like that ash green doesn't even look like ash green. It doesn't even look green.
I know. Don't get the paint in my drink. Well, that's weird because the moss doesn't look like the moss either. But that's this color. What about a gray?
You'd have to be cool. You'd have to mix it with a blue. Like if you took the cerulean and maybe if you just took cerulean and added
what about
white
indigo? And
that's gonna be really dark.
Well, no, if I add white to the indigo.
Yeah, maybe. You'd have to try it on something first. But honestly, it was a greenish blue.
Yeah.
Like the turquoise,
or the ash green.
Yeah, because everything you've got right now is you got a lot of oranges, and the only thing that's really green is his jacket, right?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Oh, I could make it a snow scene.
Or that.
So that the blue. What about purple?
Purple would look too.
No, I feel like it should be blue because of all the orange yellow. What about the aqua blue?
I just think any
blue?
Any really saturated blue is not going to work here, even if it's desaturated.
What about that lightened indigo, though?
That might be a little too...
Too desaturated?
Yeah.
So you were saying the cerulean, you don't think that's too saturated?
No, if you toned it down.
Or did you say turquoise?
It's turquoise blue.
Turquoise blue? Alright.
But again, try it on something else first, because I know you're probably not going to be able to get it immediately.
God, Jazzy, you're so sweet. Thank you. I don't know. I honestly... I mean, I'm happy with it. Like I said, while I'm doing it, it's more for me, and I'm learning every step of the way what I like and what I don't like about it. But more, it's just... I honestly don't care for color. I really should start, I don't know, just owning that, but I really just don't care about color. I would rather do monochromatic stuff all the time, because I really feel like there's more mood to it and all that stuff, you know? Like, I keep feeling like I can't do that because, you know, everybody else does color, and, you know, you don't have to do that. You said turquoise blue, right?
Yeah, it's basically the one that I'm always using.
Alright.
But maybe lighten it with white.
Yeah.
So that it isn't as...
I know, Jazzy. I know. And I should, and I'm usually good about following my own advice, but this is just one of those things where it's like, I do like the colors sometimes that is produced, you know? Oh my god, why is there so much oil in this? Or the gum arabic is like separating again. Do I just mix it up? Is it okay then?
What do you mean?
Because it's super soupy.
Oh, yeah.
Like, I almost pulled out a ton of this and it's still... Ugh. I know, Jazzy. It's just when you run with certain groups, there's this stigma, and I shouldn't even let that play into anything. I really shouldn't. And, I mean, I always tell you guys that stuff, but for some reason, sometimes, even I falter a bit, and as mad as I get about other people giving in to what other people want, sometimes I get mad at myself. Plus, I mean, I feel like if I did do that all the time, then I'd be too in my comfort zone. So it is a constant battle. Going back and forth and being like, well, I mean, I could, but, you know, then I'd just be this way, and, you know, I want to try to be this other way. Oh, that should look okay. Let's try that. Oh, thanks, Jazzy. That's very sweet of you. This is gonna look very out of place right away, but trust me. Oh, that turquoise blue stinks just like that lilac did. Yeah, and like I said, Jazzy, you're totally right. It's just, like, you're always figuring out what kind of artist you want to be, you know? And, like, for a while, you know, you might say, I want to try to be a spectrum artist, or, you know, okay, I found out I actually don't fit that mold, and then you're like, well, I don't like to work on pieces for a million hours, or big pieces, or with oil, or any crap like that. You know, like, you want to do it however you want to do it. But it's like you're always trying to find, well, it's more about where you submit your work. That's actually what I think it comes down to, because figuring out where to submit your work is technically categorizing your work. You know, so you can categorize and put yourself in a little box depending on how you would submit your work. And I feel like that's part of the pressure, is finding out, oh my gosh, okay, so my stuff kind of goes here, but it also doesn't. So I think that actually can kind of hurt things, you know? Gabe, did you ever realize that?
I think I felt the same way you did, like, oh, I gotta be a spectrum artist, I gotta paint more, and then I'm like, wait, no I don't.
Like, I felt that way when I lived at Fawn House.
Yeah, when I first moved in, I was like, I gotta start painting.
Yeah, like, there was a lot of pressure when living there. It was unspoken pressure, and no one put it on us, but it was one of those things, like, you felt that, and, you know, it can be good, but if you don't actually fit that mold, I think it's bad. It's similar to that analogy people make with education, where if you're, you know, you've got a class full of monkeys and someone's an elephant, and you're trying to grade the elephant the same way you're grading the monkeys, the elephant's gonna feel like a failure because he can't climb a tree. But if it was more, you know, for something that everyone kind of has in common, or separately, like, grade them, then it'll be more fair, or more true to those people, you know, which I feel like is this problem, right? So I don't know, it's like that. It's like, I feel like an elephant sometimes, where it's like, if you don't fit into any mold, it's fine. The problem is, though, actually walking that. Yeah, you can talk it, which a lot of the time I do. You know, I'm telling you guys, you know, do your thing, do what makes you happy. But sometimes it's kind of confusing as to what makes you happy. And that's what drives me crazy sometimes. It's like, do I like color? Do I not like color? Do I want to work in color? I think for some of this stuff I do. I do like color, but only in minimal amounts or in separate shades. But, like, even being with Gabe, who's like a color fanatic, there's a little bit of pressure. But at the same time, it's really weird, because there's a duality to it where I feel special held up against him because I'm not so colorful, you know? Where he's like too much color, I'm like too little color, and I kind of like that, you know? But at the same time, I wonder, you know, other things. But really, no matter what you do, there is a audience for you. You just have to find them. So, like, the fact that I've had people come up to me at shows and tell me that my most true to myself pieces, that they didn't know that, but I knew that, are their favorites, because, you know, there isn't much color to them, and you know, they like that, and it's moody, but you know, there's no color to distract from stuff. Like, hearing that makes me really happy, because that's what I was shooting for. I think sometimes color can actually distract from the mood. If, you know, I mean, yeah, if used right, it could amplify it, but it could also take away. Especially if you've got a lot of line work, or you've got, like, really intricate things or silhouettes and stuff, you'd have to balance your color really delicately. Hey, Buggles! I'm gonna catch up and chat real quick. Spectrum isn't exactly just a convention. It's also like a book. It's a group of artists usually who kind of nowadays are the standard for fine art. Those people, and if you look up IX Arts, which is short for Aluxcon Art, both of those groups are kind of the highest tier for fine art now. And, you know, there's still always going to be this thing with art where the fine artists and the high art is always kind of looking down, in a sense, on anyone who's not fine or high art. But there's always that going on, right? And if you're not part of that, I don't think you should feel any shame. You're just different. You're not worse. You know, it's a step to the side, it's not a step down. That whole thing. There you go. Buggles. That's exactly what I was thinking of, but I totally went off on another analogy. But yes, that's the quote I was thinking of. Thank you. You're welcome, Jazzy. But yeah, it's like a lot of the people we were hanging out with for a while, kind of like that was their final form, was to become one of those artists. And it's not for us. Like, we didn't care about that. We didn't want to be part of a particular group or, you know, any, what would you call that? It's not even like a group or movement, maybe? I don't know. It's just not for us. And then Gabe has started digging his heels more into the zine scene, which is very much his thing. Like, Gabe is a zine artist for the most part, which I would even say zines are probably the most pure form of like art there is right now, or at least storytelling. Because it's basically people getting out stories as fast as they can with art, you know, as raw as they can. And, you know, that's its thing too. But
I think also it's like the most like
easy?
Not only the easiest, but the most
it's pure.
Yeah, but like limited, I guess.
Limited.
Yeah, because you try to like think of you know, how many zines are actually going to be made of like a specific story, you know?
What do you mean?
So like a lot of these zines, like people aren't like mass producing or anything, you know?
Oh, yeah. They almost have that like fine art flair to them.
Yeah.
Where they're exclusive.
Yeah.
Yeah, that's what you meant. Where it's like these indie artists are making zines, but honestly, zines are a lot of time, and you have to actually put them together yourself. So you don't know how long that artist is actually going to be like offering that.
Exactly.
Because they could decide at any point, yeah, either this isn't selling well, or I've just fallen out of love with it. I don't want to pimp it anymore. Like, they can do that anytime.
They're very unique.
And they are very unique, yeah. And some people even take like the binding of them to the next level and the presentation of them. Like, I kind of wanted to be that guy. Because I believe in the same things that Gabe does with what a zine's about, what its like messages, all that sort of stuff. But I also have this thing for presentation, right? But I always want it my way, 100%. Whereas if I get like a book printer, you know, I have to make concessions. It's not going to be exactly what I want it to be. Which, you know, if I'm making the book 100% myself, I can do whatever I want. It just takes a little bit more time, which means the price of the book may go up. But you're going to have one of those books that maybe I spent 2 hours just putting together, let alone printing it, all that kind of stuff, making it. But yeah, it's like, I think zines are really cool for that reason. There you go, Jazzy. Proud of you. That's good, Serenity. I mean, I don't even necessarily admire them. Some of them are doing the same thing they've been doing for like 12 years. And they just now got seen because that's all they do. And to me, for me personally, this is just my opinion and how I judge things. But I get really impressed by someone's like ability to pick something up, do art with it, be free-minded with it, just do whatever they want and not feel failure from it, learn from it, try something else, and to keep trying things, do different stuff, right? I think that's the most interesting part because that says a lot about someone's character. If they keep doing the same thing, like I've unfollowed a lot of artists because I've been following them for a long time and they haven't changed. They haven't grown. They've become just kind of a caricature of their own art and they just keep doing the same formula. That's not what I'm into. I want to see them grow. I want to see them learn from their mistakes and actually try different things and fail at stuff and succeed at things, you know? I want to see that story. But if it's just reruns, I'm not interested, you know? That sort of thing. So I actually have a lot more respect for those that can kind of just be like, hey, I've never tried this thing before. I'm gonna go for this, you know? And then try that for a while, see how it goes. Because as an artist, you're gonna go through, hopefully, you're gonna go through different, like, phases of yourself, you know? Like some days, or days, years, whatever, you might be one of those that has a stint of a few years where you do something, but if you're doing the same thing for over a decade, no. Just no. Also, I don't think I'm gonna do that dark. That's too dark. Razzia. Right, Jazzy? And isn't that thought exciting? Like, to me, I get excited when I think of that. Like, what's my next thing gonna be? Like, when I picked up the acetate, and, you know, I had a friend who worked solely like this, and I picked it up, and I was like, you know, I'm gonna try this, but I'm gonna do it my way, so obviously I'm not copying her. I don't want to copy her in any way, because she formed her own thing, and she took time to do that, and I respect that. I respect the hell out of that. And I don't want to step on that. So I'm gonna take, you know, at least the components and rearrange them to make something that's my own. And I'm gonna use it in my own way. And so far, I've been getting this, it's really like chemistry. It really is, because you're taking all the same elements, but you're heating them different, or you're putting them in a different order, or you're doing something else to get a different result, you know? Like it's water. Water can be solid, liquid, gas, right? Like it could be different things. So it's not like, you know, you're directly copying someone then. Maybe that's a bad example. I don't know. I think it's okay. I'm gonna try this actually real quick. This may be too dark on the other side, but I could always fix it later. But I've been getting this result using it the way I use it, where it's almost like an animation frame, like an animation still. And it's got kind of this like Don Bluth kind of happy-go-lucky thing about it, and I've been digging that. So that's me finding that, yeah, I really like what this is doing, and I want to refine it, and I want to see if this actually becomes a thing. And, you know, we've tried other, you know, mediums and elements and components that we've maybe tried for a couple days, and it's like, I keep trying to go back to acrylic, but honestly, it bores the crap out of me. I don't know what it is. And no offense to any of you that use acrylic, that's, you know, you probably use it the right way, that it's like fun and, you know, you get it. But for me, it's like, it's too predictable. It's that thing that I don't like, where it is too predictable. Like, I know exactly what that's gonna look like when it dries. I know all this sort of stuff. Where doing what I'm doing now, like, I still don't know with any brush stroke what it's gonna do on the other side. And that could just be because, you know, I haven't done this enough. That's absolutely a possibility. But it could also be one of those things that's always there when I do this. You know, I might not ever know how it turns out. So that's kind of exciting to me. And the more I do art, the more I remember that art is, you know, just experimenting and kind of doing what you want to do. And to not forget that, because that's important. Oh, really, Serenity? Interesting. I wonder if it's the same artist I'm thinking of. If you want to whisper it to me, I'll tell you what the one I'm thinking of is. That's good, Jazzy. That's exciting. Shifts are exciting. Yeah! I would say let's make a mess, because that doesn't necessarily have as much negativity as the garbage thing. But definitely, let's make a mess. Let's just have fun. If this turns out cool, cool. If it doesn't, cool. Just have like that kind of aspect on it the whole time. If you can. It's hard, but you almost have to not care about the art to care about the art. Does that make sense? Like, you don't want to strangle it caring about it so much. You want to hug it lightly so it knows you love it, but you're not like caging it. You're still letting it be what it wants to be, but you're just like, I'm supporting you. I'm making you. That sort of thing. I think you do /W space Cloverkin space whatever you want to tell me.
Do a test first.
Test it first. Yeah, just say test. Okay. Let's see where we're at on the other side. This might be a problem right there, but... That's cute. So I probably will, and I'm actually glad I didn't do this already, but I'll probably put a line where the ground is now that I've actually put in the ground. I might even fade some back. Yeah, this still isn't done. It's still got a ways to go. But yeah, it's alright. That one's true too, Serenity. That's a good point. So I'm gonna be transparent here. I am not happy with this. However, that doesn't mean I won't sell it, because someone else might like it. But I myself am not so happy with the colors or the background or the ground. I still love the character in the piece though, so I'm lucky I've got it here originally on the ink, and that's the one I traced to get this. So I've got two versions. I've got a painted one for the people that like color, and I'll probably do a toned one for myself. But I'll probably sell both, honestly, because when you're a freelancer, all the time you take to make anything is literally money. So you have to make sure you get paid for your time, whether you're selling it now or later, which that can be the tough part. And until you start like putting your art out there and letting people know anything I make is available to buy, people don't necessarily think that they can. So you run the risk of looking kind of spammy, but what I've learned in both being a freelancer and being in the career field of doing some advertising stuff, it's actually better to spam people than to not. Because at least then they know, you know. You might think you're spamming, and especially nowadays with how algorithms are and all this stuff, you might post 7 times in a day, but maybe only like 10% of the people that you're, you know, putting posts up to see it. It depends on the day, it depends on the time, it depends on if it's a holiday. So many things are factoring into it. If they have you on notifications, if they don't. If you show up in their main feed, if you don't. You do stories or you don't. Stuff like that. All these factors play into if they see your stuff. So if you put up one thing and you think putting up two might be spamming, you're wrong. Because it's really hard to actually get in front of people's eyes nowadays, depending on how many hashtags you use or don't. Which ones you use or don't. If you put it up on your Etsy or you don't. All this stuff, you know? And that's why it sucks to be an artist now, because you have to literally be on everything to even be grasping for, you know, apples from a tree, we'll say. Because it's food, and you need food to live. So, it's hard. And it sucks because you have this moral, like, dilemma inside of you that you're like, I don't want to offend people, I don't want to spam them. But really, they are following you for a reason. So it's better that they see it than they don't, you know? So don't be afraid to spam people, you know? I'm going to put gold on all the bits that aren't colored. And I am going to fix some of this stuff. And Gabe likes that you can see all these brush strokes, but God, I hate that. And honestly, I still haven't figured out a way to get rid of that.
I think you're gonna have to, if you really want to get rid of it, you're gonna have to do.
It's gonna be really thick.
It's gonna have to be acrylic.
Well, also, if you put something behind it too, it gets rid of a lot of those strokes, which is really funny. You guys notice this? Look at this on this paper, and then if I remove the paper, see? It really depends on what you back it with. Which is interesting. So I'm still learning about this. And this is one of those things where it's trial and error. And if you figure out you like it, cool. If you figure out you don't, cool. You know? Like, I like it, but I don't. I think acrylic might have the same problem. Honestly. Acrylic would actually be harder because once it dries, it would crack. Because this paper can do this. So you'd almost have to, like, pin it down, and when you mess with it, always have it rigid as you're, you know, moving it, but...
That or those poster paints.
Poster paints are ugly, though.
No, I mean, like, the professional grade poster paints.
Oh, for, like, actual animators?
Yeah.
You
like
should ask Gene if he can figure out...
No, they
like...
don't do that.
Well, they might.
No,
like, some of the people that are in the animation department, I bet they've used them.
Oh, maybe, but I've got professional grade ones. They're just at my mom's house.
No, Jazz, you're right. The background's completely flat, but I'm fine with that. I wasn't trying to bring out, like, the background or anything. This tangent is killing me, too. So... And I can't really do anything about that. Because I'd have to erase this blue paint on the back to raise the ground. And I knew the ground was going to be too dark if I did this one, but I did it anyway, and I'm cursing myself. I knew it. So I'll probably add some clouds on this side, and some other stuff, but yeah, I'll pop the colors with other things. So, like, when I say popping the colors, I'll show you exactly what I mean. So, let's see. It's hard doing this on the front of it too because it's at such a desaturated color at this point where if you add anything to it, it is going to literally pop it. Like, the colors are gonna, you know, actually pop. So see how I'm adding saturation to it now that the background is the way it is where it's lightened? So this is more red. See? And then the, remember what I was saying about the white and how you shouldn't, you know, do highlights in just white and shadows in just black? I do this so I can tint it later, which later is now. So I'll show you what that looks like. And the hard thing is that I can't really use water, but I'm gonna have to a little bit. Honestly, I should probably be doing this with, actually I might just do that. Colored pencils. But you can dab it away to actually blend it together too. See what I mean? Like what it does to it instead. So I think when you are testing out new things and whatever, doing what Jazzy said, and basically just having the outlook that this is a test. What are tests meant to do? Either prove something or disprove something, to pass or fail. It's okay. It's just a test. So that you're not hinged on, oh my god, oh my god, oh my god, if this doesn't work, oh my god, you know? It takes a lot of the stress off and makes it so you actually want to experiment and play. Like, make sure when you're doing art, you're still playing, you know? Actually, it looks like this being more yellow than green. Back it with stained glass? Oh, no. Not gonna do that. Also, this does not work with... You'd think this would work with light behind it. Mm-mm. Let me see if I can show you. So, with light behind it, it really does not work how you think it'd work. It, like, takes away everything somehow. I don't know, like, how that does that, but it totally does. It does not work. Which sucks, because I honestly, like, looked at my friend's work and I was like, oh yeah, you know, if you put that up on a window, yeah, that totally looks super sweet, and blah blah blah. No, I was so surprised to find out that did not work, which is weird. Because then you see all the brush strokes and you don't even see any of the pencil, like, at all. It's ridiculous. It really goes against what you think it'd do, which is really strange. Okay. Which I think is kind of disappointing, because honestly, it would be cool if this could be put up on a window. Like, I'm totally with you guys on that, but it is so weird. I kind of wish Lite-Brites would come back in, like, a big way.
Yeah, I'm surprised they haven't.
Like, you know how it was, like, primary colors or up to, like, 6 colors? Mm-hmm. What if they did some that were, like, 120 colors, like a Prismacolor set, and, like, people started using them as high art? Right?
I mean, you could probably do that anyways.
I guess people are doing that crap anyway, but... Hey, Wiccan! Oh, thank you. I appreciate that. I'm glad you like it. So, if any of you actually do want to purchase this or the original, they will be for sale. The original is this guy, which I am going to still color, I think. But tone. Sorry. I'm gonna tone it. Just monochromatic, not colored. Because I don't know. I dig it, but I don't. And yeah, for the front side, honestly, I would recommend using the soft Prismacolor Premier pencils and not paint. Because for the front, it's harder to actually hide paint strokes and stuff. Here's my color palette. I don't know if anybody cares to see that, but... This is where it went a little bad out of the tube. Sometimes when you get gouache or other, like, actual tubed paint like this, sometimes it'll have the oil or the gum arabic at the top, and when you squeeze it out, it'll be like... It's like when you get ketchup and you squeeze it out and it's just the watery bit, and then there's a blurb of ketchup. You know what I'm talking about? It's the same thing. So you have to either push out enough to actually mix it, But this is actually this color with white added to it. So, and that was the background. But yeah, I had to pump out a lot before I stopped getting that ooze, which is gross. Gross! How much will the acetate one be? Honestly, for this one, I'd probably just do 90 because it's just I don't know, I like to, for the things that I actually use as kind of a test, I like to actually make them cheaper just because I know it was, you know, an experiment. So I would probably do 90 for this. But for one I really like that mouse on the wheat I did a while ago, I think that one ended up being like 120, 130, something like that. Oh, bye, Jazzy. Sleep well, okay?
Bye.
Bye. Alright, and we'll find out if this actually molds or stays actually wet, because it gets put in this thing. So all your paints actually stay wet for the most part. Or that's the idea, anyway. Oh, alright, I'm gonna switch to my... I'm gonna try to save this in front of you guys so you can see what just colored pencils can do. Honestly, I really believe that colored pencils can save any painting, almost. I think they're pretty great. Oh, the lighting is so strange right now. Oh, a 12-hour day, good lord. How are you holding up? You alright? I was just telling somebody who had a hard day that they should kind of indulge in themselves. Just having a little more. Oh! It's probably over halfway through. I'm going to remind you guys about my Patreon real quick. So, let's see. So every month I have this one tier, and it's called The Curious Collector, and I'll type it in real quick. For those who have heard me say this too many times, sorry, but you know what I said earlier about spamming. So if you go on my Patreon and you see Curious Collector, every month you get a new mythical guardian. I call them monthly mythical guardians. And this was actually November's. This is December's. This is a dragon. He's warming his tail because it's cold, because I believe their tails get cold. And this is a tomte, which I think that's how it's said. But they're Swedish house gnomes, basically. So these are buttons also, so you can wear these or put them up, whatever you want to do. And then this is going to be January's. So for anybody that actually signs up before January 1st for this tier, you get this button. It's of the White Stag. Which each one of these comes with a random button, which I say random, I mean random. It's going to be just whatever I want to do. So you get an actual one of the month and then a random one. And then, like I said, no one will have the exact same ones of these. Whatever you get is yours and just yours. And then with each of these Mythical Guardian pins, you get a story / poem, whatever I want to write about them, basically. I'll give you a little bit of insight. And I promise for February's it's not going to be Cupid. I'm trying to stay away from a lot of the mainstream creatures and stuff. So I wouldn't probably do a unicorn. I mean, I did a dragon, but the dragon's cute. If I can make a unicorn story kind of different and unique, then yeah, I'd totally do that. So... oh, weird. Awesome, Serenity, thank you. That's awesome. I will look that up. I love stuff like that. Like, it's funny because it's cool to us Americans, but like you know, some of my Swedish friends were actually commenting like, oh yeah, Tomty. I was like, yeah. Oh, I guess for you it's not new. You know, I felt kind of bad about that. Because for us it's cool, and a lot of people don't know about it, but obviously the people who live in those regions know. Like if I did a Krampus, more and more people are starting to know about that, but, you know, it's still newish, I guess. And see, I did tell you guys, remember, that I wasn't too keen on this, but that doesn't mean that I shouldn't finish it, right? I didn't crumple this up. I didn't set it on fire. I didn't do anything like that. Like, if you're one of those people that destroys your failed works, stop it. Because that's honestly, to me, that's the equivalent of throwing a controller when you're failing a game. It's like a rage quit. Don't do that. There's still more you can learn from it. It's given you a lot already. Show some respect for it, you know? Like, you spent time with this thing. You had a moment. You know, give it some respect back. There we go. Thank you. Thank you. Yeah, sorry about that, Serenity. Good call. I think, honestly, Krampus was becoming more well-known before the movie, and that's why they made the movie, to even, like, project it more so. So I remember that was trending on the internet and on Facebook a while ago. And then they made that movie, and I was like, wow, whoever got on that was smart. Because they still got in there pretty much at the forefront.
Smart.
Smart. See, so now I'm actually just blending together the paint on the back with the stuff on the front, which, it's weird, isn't it? Like, it's a very strange process. It's really interesting, though, because if you're one of those people that has this fear of, like, your inks affecting your paint, affecting this other thing, affecting this other thing because you're going on top of it and there's a lot of destruction to do the next phase, this is pretty good. Because you do the pencils on one side, you do the paints on the other side, and then once you've figured that out, you go back to the other side, and you can actually, most of the time, if you're doing it with pencil on the front, you can shade it, and like, if I wanted to erase all this shading I just did, I could, and the color would still be there. So you actually have, like, save points, almost. It's kind of cool. I don't know of many other things you can do that with. But since these Prismacolor Premier pencils are really soft, typically you can't erase them. They're not as hard as the Kohl Erase. The Kohl Erase you can use, and they're really hard lead for the most part. They're pretty hard lead. And you can erase those too, but these are so soft, and these work better than Kohl Erase on this paper by like 1,000,000. So I definitely wouldn't use Kohl Erase on this paper at all. It would really destroy it. For those of you doing our Secret Santa, how are you doing on it? Gabe and I haven't really gotten around to ours yet, but we will. Remember what we went through so far. It's been a month. Nice, Serenity. I was actually sad to find out those didn't really work on this, because I'm a big pastel nerd too, and they just rub right off. Like, markers and pastels on this don't even work. It's crazy. But yeah, you should totally try those on some different papers. Like, it's really fun. The thing with pastels, though, that a lot of people don't realize, and I think this is important, pastels depend on building them up. Like, you can't just put down a little bit and then rub it and then go on to the next part. For the most part, you have to build them up. And unless you have a color below them, like I've done with my my pet commissions, you know, I've got the marker flat, and then on top of that I do the pastel as kind of just a, I don't know, kind of just a gradient sometimes to actually pop the marker color and stuff. If you're just using pastels and nothing else, you have to build them up. So you'd have to, like for a sunset, you'd have to do like purple, orange, and yellow, but you'd have to like smooth them together, do another layer on top of that, smooth that out, and it's a process, but it's kind of fun. Hi, Nightshade. How are you doing, man? I think I'm gonna switch my playlist right now. You guys know I've had this playlist forever. So let's try this other thing. Secret Garden. Oh, they're getting smart. Wow. How you doing, Nightshade? See, and this berry is actually supposed to be red. Same with this stuff. It's supposed to be red. So now I can come over to the front and actually pop that, you know? No way! Nightshade, what? You're going too fast. I'm gonna tell you that right now. You're going way too fast. Hell no, not already. That's crazy. You've dated her like less than a month. You are not going for engagement rings. Not yet. Hold on to it. Plus, I feel like you should be doing that with her. I don't know. She should get something she wants. My ex-husband basically had nothing to do with my engagement ring except the money. So I was like, he had no taste. He had no idea what to get me at any point in time for anything. So I was like, no, I'm getting this. That should have been a red flag, but whatever. That's why ex-husband, I guess. Yeah, you best be kidding. God, Nightshade, scare me. Scare me, boo. Gabe, are you right behind me?
No.
Okay.
You need something?
No, it's just I felt, you know how you can feel kind of the ground sink a little bit if somebody's behind you?
Yeah.
Like I felt that. Nightshade, no. No, no, no. Oh, goodness. That escalated quickly. Also, for those that have come in recently, we're going to be doing another quick draw stream on a New Year's Eve. So we're not going to be doing the Christmas stream this time around because we've got some complications. And Nightshade, I would highly suggest you rewind and look at the beginning of the stream at some point because it catches you up on, we're going to be moving again. And we're going to be in Chicago this time. So we're moving further away from you, I'm sorry. But it's crazy. Some stuff has went down. If anybody is interested in why we're moving for a third time in a year, in 2 weeks from the last time we moved, go watch the beginning of the stream. I would like to think I know you better than that, Nightshade, but I don't want to, you know. Oh, Chicago's closer? Hey! That's great. I didn't know you were that south. Good. That works out. Maybe we could even hang out then. That'd be even better. Yeah, we're gonna be, well, technically Geneva, but I just call Illinois just Chicago. I don't know. Apparently I'm not the only one. A bunch of people probably do that. I think this one I might have to handle with paint. But I'm going to do that later. Because I do not want to do it now. Oh good, and that's closer? It's okay, Eric's. You still mean a lot. Don't think that you don't. We're happy you show up here, though. And who knows, maybe someday you'll come over here, you know. I mean, technically right now we live in the boonies. Well, not the boonies. It's not that bad. I mean, I do still love this town, honestly. I really do. It's just some things have happened where it's like, well, the easiest thing for us to do now is to just move down to Chicago. For a bunch of reasons that I state in the beginning of the stream. But it's, I don't know. It's just funny. Life is funny. I've moved so much in my life anyway. It's like, what's one more? Screw it. What? Gabe? Are you in the bathroom?
Yeah.
Did you know Nightshade's family's from Schaumburg?
No.
Yeah, he didn't know that. But yeah, you lived right next to Schaumburg, didn't you?
Near it.
Yeah, Gabe lived near Schaumburg. He was in West Chicago? Yeah. So we're going to be in Geneva. So, it means foam castle? Is that for real? Life is funny, Buggles, sorry. It's weird. Also, I like your icon. You got that for a charity thing? That's cool. So ignore the ground here. I'm gonna redo that. I don't even like the color it is. So that's the other nice thing. If you actually don't like the paint on the other side and you don't have much detail down here with any pencil or anything, I can just paint whatever I want over this. So that's like, you get a second chance at fixing it. It's kind of cool. Oh, that's hilarious, Serenity. Hold on, I'm gonna yell again and I don't want you guys to hear how loud it is. Oh god, sorry guys. I muted it to yell at Gabe and I forgot to unmute it. It's only like 2 minutes. Anyway. I said, Nightshade, you can come see her pet then. She's cute. But I had also said I feel weird having a picture of a dog on my phone that I don't have yet, that will be ours, but I feel like I'm coveting some internet woman or something. Oh, Nightshade. But I'm not blind. Oh my god, Helen Keller. Oh my god. You guys remember all those Helen Keller jokes? Like, that were popular for a while? All those terrible, horrible Helen Keller jokes? God. That was bad for a while. Gabe, do you remember that?
Yeah.
Oof. Like the plunger one? Do you remember that?
No.
Oh god, I'll have to tell you that later. What am I drinking? It's a chestnut praline latte. Alright, I think I'm gonna do the gold though on this because let me do 1 or 2 more things, I guess. Now things are starting to jump out at me. Hey, there you go, Serenity. So you can't fail learning something on my stream every stream. You'll always learn something on Clover Stream. Or you'll hear someone get mad at something. Typically, one of us will always get mad at something on stream. That's always kind of funny, actually. Do you notice that, Gabe?
Yeah. That's just how we are.
We're fiery. It's okay. Makes us fun, interesting, whatever. Oh, you guys, I forgot to even color the gloves. Ugh. Oh my god. I'm so bad at that. I will like ADD and walk away from parts of a painting that it's like, are you kidding me? That was somewhat really necessary. But cool, yeah, just leave. That's neat. Oh. Yeah, Nightshade. Don't do the plunger one in public. Naughty. You gotta warn people. Yeah, I like though that you're trying to catch Serenity up quick though. Oh, you just learned about Helen Keller? Okay, well there's this joke, there's this joke, there's this one. This one's kind of bad. Alright, I'm gonna make this floor a little bit better. Yes, floor, not ground. Shut up. Let's do the... Damn. Oh, weird. It doesn't dry up, but it gets kind of pilly. How are comics going, Gabe?
Good.
If my camera's shaking, it's because Gabe's walking. Sorry. Shit. Were you looking for your ink?
I have to grab my board.
Oh, it's over.
I got it.
Hi, Burrito. That's a really good question. I think the Ewoks are smart enough to actually give consent. So I think if something has to give consent or is smart enough to do so, it would probably be slavery.
I think they have a language.
Yeah, I mean, if they're intelligent enough to give or take back consent, then I think it'd be slavery. This stream bounces from G to R all the time, so I try my best to keep it on the rails. Some days, you know. Sophia. How have you been, Sophia? Alright, so Serenity, I'm blending these on here so you can see what that looks like. I think it's actually problematic now that I'm seeing it. I mean, maybe if you worked quickly so that they didn't start drying. Because gouache you can reconstitute, which is the best thing about gouache, but at the same time, you might run into these wall problems that it does seem to dry at different rates depending on where it is. So, yeah, see what I mean? But I did want to test this, and doing it on the ground makes sense because the ground can be varied. So if it doesn't come out as smooth as I like, that's okay because it's the ground. Yo! Give him a little shadow at least. And then I'll probably go in and detail the lines I've already covered up again. Tomatoes yell. Thank you for the host. I assume you were streaming. I hope you had a lovely stream. Oh, cool, Saphira. Good Lord, Nightshade. You think you'd be less like this with a girlfriend now? What about droids, though? They can give consent, but is their consent actually... This is to slavery, by the way, not anything else. But is their consent justified because are they actually considered souls? Or because they're AI, do they not get the same rights? That depends on your government! I don't know, that's a tough one. But yeah, I think droids would really depend.
All droids are owned by someone. If we're talking about Star Wars universe, all droids are owned by someone.
Yeah, but should they be? That's the moral dilemma at hand.
Well, they don't have I don't think they have like fear. Like they don't have actual emotion.
Yeah, so that's the thing. You know, they can give consent, but are they...
No, they can't. They can't give consent for anything.
Well, they could.
No, they can't.
No, they verbally can.
No, they can't.
They can say, I give you consent, but is that real?
No, they can't give consent for anything. Like they're programmed to do specific things.
I mean, if it's owned by someone, but if it's been like a junkyard one that's like still in working, you know?
Well,
maybe it's gone rogue?
I'm thinking of like C-3PO and like...
Well, yeah, C-3PO is owned by someone, yeah. But he made him. Like Anakin made C-3PO.
Right.
So, more the question, is the maker the real owner, or is the person that's taking care of them the owner? Similar to blood relatives versus adopted relatives, you know? I would think if it's the person that comes back, like...
Well, I mean...
Because if you've got a blood dad, but you've got an adopted dad too, but your adopted dad takes care of you, and your blood dad comes back trying to have you go to a college you don't want to go to, you don't listen to him because your adopted dad knows you better, typically.
But this is human things.
Yeah, but I mean, that's an analogy.
I think it would be more fair to say if I built a car and then I left the car on a planet.
Ooh, Desperado. I feel like the bioluminescent thing is pretty prevalent in Avatar. Like, I feel like James Cameron, since he's obsessed with deep sea everything, that for Avatar, he was actually looking at a lot of bioluminescent stuff for that movie. So, and if you look at it, it kind of looks like it could have been underwater. And the next ones are! Holy crap, wow! So, maybe check that out. But otherwise, yeah, look at actual bioluminescent stuff. Always look at, like, the real things. Usually those will give you the best indicator.
And not other people's representations of it.
Yeah, typically you don't want to look at other people's representations unless you can't find some of your own. And I mean, like, can't. because otherwise you're just watering down the actual reference. Because you're interpreting someone else's interpretation as opposed to interpreting straight from the source through your own filter. If you're looking at something someone else has actually looked at and already regurgitated, let's say, it's like eating someone else's puke and then puking.
Exactly.
Sorry, it's a valid analogy.
I guess it's more like eating something that somebody else has already chewed up.
Yeah, it's not gonna taste the same. I mean, it's, I don't know.
It's gonna be like, wait, what is this? Is a burger?
This is not a burger.
This is not a burger.
No, I swear.
It sort of tastes like a burger, but something else too, and it's nasty. I don't know.
Well, I did have Cocoa Krispies for breakfast. Ah, there it is. Okay. Yep, not gonna eat any more of that. I mean, basically, that's what I get out of that. Sorry, guys.
Who asked for it?
Hey, I'm being artistic, right? Get creative. Join me in my gutter, please. It's cold and lonely here. Oh God, why? Let's do the gold next. I have a thing about vomit. Like, okay, anyone else tell me if you're this way. If someone else throws up, or if you smell or hear throw up, you will also want to throw up. Is that you? Or I know some people that could just be around that and eat stuff. It's like, what are you? Ew. How? Am I sure I'm not autistic? Why? What about me is autistic? I don't know enough about autism to know. Maybe I'm on the spectrum. I wouldn't know. I've never been evaluated mentally for anything. So everything's fair game. Truly. I've never even thought about that, actually. Maybe. I don't know. Are you, Buggles? I would think it'd make things more fun, yeah? No? I don't know. Maybe life is crazy. I don't know. But yeah, I just don't like throwing up. I hate the smell of throw up too. It's like, ugh. So if the dog ever throws up, Gabe, that's on you. Like, Jason and I had that understanding too. Sneezing? Really, Nightshade? Wow. Yeah, you're welcome, homie. Oh, man. Really, sneezing. So, Nightshade, when someone sneezes, you want to throw up or you want to sneeze? I'm trying to understand. Help me to understand. What?
Imagine them saying, like, no, I just want to punch them in the face.
Well, when you don't cover your mouth, Gabe, that's what I want to do to you.
I always cover my mouth, but you never look at me and you think that I'm not.
It sounds like you're not. I know. It's weird.
My sneezes are loud.
Oh, so you want to sneeze. That's why you're so susceptible to yawns, too. Like, even me yawning on the stream, you're always like, oh, God, what? And you yawn. But I do that, too, actually.
Hey, Buggles, don't worry. Peopling sucks for everyone unless you do it a lot.
I think even if you do it a lot, you'd still burn out.
No, I know, but I'm saying, like people have... I noticed that at anime conventions, a lot of people have trouble talking to other people.
Yeah.
And I think it's because a lot of those people spend more of their time talking to people on the internet and they don't actually talk to people.
Right.
So, of course, if you don't do something a lot, you're going to suck at it. So, you want to get better at it, you got to do it.
I mean, I'm good at talking to people at cons, but, like, the minute the con is over, I want a hermit real bad. So, I learned that's actually called being an ambivert, when you can turn it off and on and you're, decent at it. So, like, my salesmanship, I think, is pretty on point for at least my pet and armor stuff. I'm pretty good about selling those. But when it comes to just being done and being, Like, I don't understand the people that can do cons and then after the con that day, go out to drink and talk to people. It must just feel like they switch gears. Like, maybe that to them is me sitting in the hotel bed drawing, watching a crappy movie. Maybe that's the exact equivalent to them, and that's why they can do that. Because to me, it's the exact same. You're just talking to more people. But maybe to them, they can, like, mentally section it into customer versus friend, you know, and it's different. That's true, Buggles. Yeah, we used to live with somebody who could do that. It's crazy. It's like, I couldn't do that. The worst part is, though, when they don't realize that you aren't that type, but they keep trying to force you to be that type. It's like, come out to the bar. Once you're there, you'll enjoy it. It's, no. No, I won't. I guarantee you I won't. When I was younger, I would try it, and I'd be like, sure, whatever, you know, and I'd be more optimistic. But now I'm not optimistic, I'm realistic. And I know it won't work, so, you know? Sometimes. All depends. I feel more bad for Gabe, though, because he's kind of like me with wanting to hermit, but his, like, comic professional life kind of, I don't know, that's like what they have to do. Basically.
I think just a lot of them do that. A lot of them go to the bar and hang out. And I think it's also because a lot of them are friends, so it's just like they're just hanging out.
Yeah. But like for you to get in there and actually get work, you have to schmooze.
Yeah.
It's like, I hate schmoozing. I'm not a schmoozer. Like I am when I'm selling, but when I'm not selling, I don't want to. I could see that as a shirt, Buggles. Look at me. Don't look at me. Like it's the same, just with don't in the middle. That would be graphically pleasing, I think. I forgot to do the gloves. Hold on.
Is it the music stuff?
No, it's just ambient. It's like birds and junk. Do you guys hear the ambience? Ambiance? Ambiance? I'll switch it to another one that's got actual music. This one's more droney, I guess. This one says carriage journey. Oh no, it's got an actual carriage in it. Hold on. Find a different one. Yeah, I could see that, Bubbles. It's hard because as we've gotten older, I feel like my friend group has just diminished almost completely. So the amount of people I want to be around at any given time is like so small. It's like so small. Actually, the only people I would feel comfortable just hanging out with in just a chill setting, no expectations or anything, is honestly just Gabe and probably his brother. Really, it is. Like, in any other situation, I feel like something would be expected of me. But Gabe's brother's, like, super chill. And he's a super trustworthy guy, so... I like trustworthy, good people. That's the other thing. Like, it takes a while for someone to show you their true colors. So finding out, you know, what kind of people are what, that's a big deal for me. Funny, so I feel the same that you do, Buggles, about places like that, but I get more annoyed. Like, by a club or something like that. I'm just more just like, really? Ugh. You know? I can't set this down exactly because it's got wet paint on the back, but I added some gold. You can see right here and up here. And on his buttons. I think otherwise I'm done with this for now. I'm pretty happy with it. It's not for me anymore though, so if any of you guys want it, you can have it. It's such a freeing thing to almost say at the end of an actual piece too. Like, okay, it's not for me anymore. It's for someone else. I wiped my hands of it. I got what I needed to out of it. And honestly, I mean, if you're the type to get really connected with your art and, you know, really like not want to give it up, maybe hold on to it for a little bit and put it up somewhere and realize, you know, at some point that you're going to be like, okay, I've kind of outgrown that, or I'm done with that, because you can't do that with every single piece, you know? So it's like, you're going to have your time with it, and then it's going to be gone, you know? I mean, as artists, I think we produce more than we can actually appreciate. Or we should be, you know? But then again, we like to appreciate other artists too. So it's more like some of the times we're creating our own art to give away for someone else to appreciate, while we can look for another artist's work to appreciate. It's pretty cyclical for the most part. Yeah, I'm with you, Serenity. See, Buggles, it's cute, cool though. You can at least like the dancing thing. You like that? That's cool. I used to like that in like my 20s. I used to think, oh yeah, going to a club. Oh, that's kind of neat. Yeah, rubbing up on people. That's cool. And now I'm just like, ugh. And the idea of a one-night stand to me has always been ridiculous. Absolutely ridiculous. I mean, if that's your thing, cool, man. You do you. But to me, I can't get behind just the time. Honestly, it's not even the fact that you're, like, not knowing this person. It's more just, this is a lot of time spent to this random thing. That's probably the more weird aspect of it.
Kind of weird, like when you think about like Tinder or Grindr. Which one's the one where it's just for
Grindr?
Grindr, but isn't that more for? I guess it's
Grindr's just for gay guys, I think, or I think it's just for gay guys.
Like, I'm surprised they don't have one where it's just like, all right, look, I'm looking for sex. That's it.
Actually, I think that might be Grindr. Maybe it's not just. I think. Maybe it's just that the only people I know that use it are my gay friends. Hello, Wubbles! I am! Yes, Quatch. There you go, Sophia, you got it.
It's like, I feel like all the dudes, maybe not all the dudes, but majority of the dudes going to clubs, just want to get it.
Yeah, I mean, basically. So this is another one of those acetate pieces that's got the gouache on the back and the drawing on the front. And I think I'm always still upset with it because I still want it to be super just not rendered. I keep going too far with my rendering. I want to pull back so bad, but I can't help but detail stuff. And some of you might be like, oh, okay, you got a problem with detailing. Okay. No, like, I really don't want to detail. Like, I want to be better about being simple. Because I really appreciate simple art, but it's time to stop. What? Wait, what? What? What was what? Gabe, what are we having for dinner, though? I gotta fix these gloves. I had forgotten about these gloves.
I know I shouldn't say this, but...
Oh, I'm not detailing now, Wubbles. I mean, sorry. With the original pencil sketch. Sorry. I meant rendering, too. I should have... Sorry. I was... mouth vomit. Sorry. No, I just mean I over-render a lot. I just want this to be line art, and I want it to look more cel-shaded, and I keep overshooting that. My bad. No, you guys, that's not what I'm talking about. I'm not talking about that. I'm talking about when I did the line art and the rendering, that I went too far with it. Not the painting. Not the painting part at all. That's not what I'm talking about. No, I don't remember that, Disroute. What were you going to say, Gabe? Sorry.
I feel like I didn't get enough vegetable fried rice last time.
Oh my god, what are we talking about?
Remember when we got Chinese and we got vegetable fried rice? And I got that really crappy curry?
You want more fried rice?
And I just did not get...
It was really good.
I didn't get what I wanted.
Is that what you want?
Maybe.
Is that what you want? I forgot. Do you guys ever quote anything anymore and realize, I don't even know what that's from anymore, but I know it's a quote. I know it's from, a skit, but I don't think it's from, SNL. Is that what you want? I don't remember. Oh, God, no. I'm sorry, guys. I'm out of the loop on that one. That's all you. Spice Girls. I don't think so. It might have been a Key and Peele skit. I think it was Megan. Megan, no! Is that what you want? I don't know, maybe. Anyway. I'm almost positive it was a sketch comedy show.
The one dude is always a woman, though.
Oh, yeah.
I don't know why. Maybe because he's a little thicker in the cheeks, so he just has that.
I don't know, man. I'm always okay with a man that's even Terry Crews build and is dressed like a lady.
Well, I think he
just for the effect of it. I think it's cute.
The taller one is always more
masculine.
He doesn't have a very feminine look to him, I guess.
He's not as round?
Yeah, I think that's what it is.
Maybe.
Maybe it's the nose, not the nose, sorry, the bridge of his nose and the the bags under his eyes out. And I can never remember which one's which.
I can't either. And I want to figure out a hack for that.
Yeah.
But I never get around to it.
Keegan Michael Key. Wow. Keegan Key. Wow.
Which one's Key? Tall one or the short one?
He's the tall one. Okay, so now we can just remember that he's
tall like
slender,
a key?
Like a key, and the other one is
peel
short,
like an orange.
Short and round like an orange, yeah.
Hey!
He's yeah. Cool. Alright. We got this.
It is Serenity. I actually just added that. If you rewind the shot, I just added blue in there. It's really hard to see, but I noticed that. So I'm glad you noticed that too. Yes. But it is blue. Here, I don't know if you can tell. See? I added some blue. It wouldn't be fully blue, but it would be slightly blue. So yeah, you're right. Good eye. I really want the next iteration of Twitch stream cameras to be able to if I do something that close to the camera, it lights it on fire or something. If I give a thumbs up and it's right at the camera. So it's got AR depth perception technology, I think that'd be really cool. Or if I did this, it would do something, I could program it to do something, that'd be cool. Anyway. Right, Wubbles? I'm saying. That has to be in somebody's mind somewhere. See, if I didn't get out of games, I would be learning AR right now. And VR stuff. So, I'm mad. Because I probably could have learned that. Alright, I'm not going to overwork this. Can you guys see the clouds, or should I do more with the clouds? This is actually also not up to par with me, because in terms of story, I wanted to put him actually showing it to somebody or something like that. But honestly, this was a little passion piece that I just kicked out because, here, I'll show you the ink one. I just did the inks one day. I was like, oh, this is cute. Maybe I'll paint it for practice. So then I did it on another sheet, and now it's here. But had I gone the full way with this, like a typical illustration of mine has like a call and an answer to it, which if you want to put a lot of story into your illustrations, there should be kind of a cyclical thing going on, or at least if something's going a direction, you want something to be there to answer that motion, you know? So him holding that up, Gabe was like, hey, he's admiring it. I'm like, sure. But to me, it looks more like he's giving it to someone, but I haven't finished it. Which is, I don't care. It's whatever, honestly. Maybe he's happy he found this berry's juice to be the best juice. I don't know. Either way, it's what it is now. And like I said, I got what I needed out of it. So if anybody's in love with it, it's up to you, man. You can have it all. Yeah, and Wobbles, I was thinking about actually having a GIF layer that I just unhide when I do stuff like that, and that's the closest I can think of to having actual camera effects, which I still might do one of these days. I might do like a sad one, an angry one, and then like a kawaii one where there's like hearts, and I'm like, oh. But for the moment, it's like, we're also moving again. For those just joining us, Gabe and I will be moving again. And moving to the Chicago area. So if you want to know why we're moving right when we moved in somewhere 2 weeks ago, look at the beginning of the stream and I give a good rant about it. It'll catch you up pretty quick. I know, Wobbles, it's stupid. However, it's a blessing in disguise, silver lining, blah blah blah, all that kind of crap. Okay. What do I want to do right now? Maybe I'll tone him. Maybe? Oh, also, since more of you have come in again, I'm going to do a reminder for my Patreon, because I feel like I don't talk about it enough. And I know in this stream I've been talking about it a great deal. But that's because I'm trying to fix that. So anyway, for my... Yeah, so this is the third time this year we'll have moved. It's funny. But like I said, if you really want to know, I talk about it in length at the beginning of the stream. So, my Curious Collector tier. This was November, this is December, and this is going to be January. So for those that haven't signed up yet, you'd be looking at this one here to be getting it in January. So each one of these, I call them monthly mythical guardians. So each one is usually in a bottle or contained somehow and imbued with power. But I give you like a story that accompanies it, tells about it in my own way. I don't just copy it from Wikipedia and spit it out. And each one, like I said, I make it every month. They're buttons. And you also get a random button each month too. So this is for my friend Fire Seal. These are kind of catered to him. That's his little guy. So I thought it'd be cool if he got one with his little dude on it. But anyway, so you get a button of a mythical guardian, then you get a little backstory that I create, and then you get a randomized button that I'll try to make funny from like either a stupid magazine I find, or like we're gonna probably go to like a Half Price Books and buy some really old comics or like magazines that are silly, like 80s mags, something like that. I don't know. We'll find something, but it's pretty fun. No, it's only for the Curious Collector tier. So if you're already subscribed to a tier, what you can do if you want that one as well as saving up for something, you switch over to the Curious Collector so I know how many buttons to make, and then you just add on the other thing. So I made it, luckily, where it's like $5, $10, $20 tiers. So if you switch over to Curious Collector, and let's say you're at the $5 a month for another tier, if you add those together and you've got $11 a month, I'll know you're also saving up for the other one. If it goes to 16, then I know you're saving up $10 for another commission. So it's easy for me to figure out what two you're combining. But it also makes it extra easy for me because then I'll know how many buttons to make. So ideally, if you want to do that. And if you are subbing to me on Twitch, I would almost rather you do the Patreon thing. Just because we get more of that money than we do on Twitch. They don't give us as much of a cut. So it's interesting like that. I'm going to, I think, tone him so I can have another version. So as I've said in the past, I've realized that some people enjoy tone things and some people enjoy color things. So as I've been experimenting with the acetate thing, I've been practicing the color on that and everything and seeing how, you know, that's working out. So they've been experiments, but they've been experiments that, you know, people have wanted to buy and they can. Like, I'm not going to tell you can't, you know. I like selling them. It's fine. And they're not, like, unsellable, you know. So then you've got a version that's colored that you can sell, and then I'll have one that's just toned. So you can do multiples. They're still originals, though. Someone will have the original color one. Someone will have the original monochromatic one. So I can't remember if I actually scanned his inks, though. Let's see. What? Oh, weird. Yeah, I don't think it is. Alright, I'm gonna scan this real quick. Oh, and I forgot to mention that, so January's here is the White Stag. So that has its own mythos to it as well. So I noticed that there are at least 3 other cultures that have a different outlook on this. So what I'm going to do is take my favorite and basically either do a little poem or backstory about it that stays in the same vicinity as what it, you know, is about, but my own spin, you know. Okay, almost there. Ink, bat. I had a lot of fun drawing this bat. I should draw more bats. Didn't you do a liner piece last year so people could color along with you and give it for New Year's? Yes! Good memory, Serenity. Good memory. Yes, and I was planning on doing that this year too. Did you enjoy that? Would you like that again? Because, I mean, I was going to do it anyway, but just in case. Was there a specific drawing you'd even like me to do a line art version of? Because, yeah, I think that's pretty fun to do. Gabe, you'd be down for that, wouldn't you? I need some bleed paper, man. If you use markers, you need bleed paper. And for bleed paper, I recommend the newsprint. You can get it at Dead Blick. But newsprint's pretty cheap, and it's really good as bleed paper. Because you don't want anything that's already, I don't know, got stuff on it. You don't want like actual newspaper that's got ink. That could be bad. I wouldn't use computer paper either, honestly, because I feel like it's not soft enough. But, you know. But yeah, so actually, Here, if you guys want, I'll give you the line art from last year's. Is that on Dropbox?
This point,
I think it was on Dropbox. Hold on. Oops, it looks like you may have forgotten your password. You forgot your butt. Sorry, that was cruel. Just sign in with Google. Whatever. And this one's gotten a little weird. Let's do the Elven Glade. This is the Elven Glade. Whoops. Yo, Gabe, they have one called Lucha Libre.
on what?
It's tabletop audio. Sorry.
Cool.
Shut up, Gabe.
Alright.
Hold on, I'm trying to find that Dropbox thing. Shoot, where did we put that? I thought it was on Dropbox. Maybe it's not on Dropbox? Oh, no, here we go. Okay. Cool. Let me know if you guys can get these or not. Okay, Serenity. Tell you what, if I can't figure out anything by that time, or maybe I'll do the bat and something else so there's more of a choice. Yeah, but you got a really good memory for that. Damn, Serenity. On point. Once you log in, alright. Hold on. Give me 2 seconds. It should be public. So that's weird. Share folder. Yeah. Alright, try this one. That one should be different. Let me know if that works. Awesome. Thanks for letting me know. many pages you up to today, Gabe?
2.
Are they intricate ones?
Yeah, sort of, but it'll be fun.
Has Jewel gotten you any of the flats yet?
Which little Sumiko guy did you get in your first go?
The white one.
Oh, really?
Yeah.
I got the tempura.
Oh, not fair! The little reindeer?
No.
Oh.
It's the, what's it called? He's literally just a little tempura dude.
The regular one that's not like a reindeer?
Yeah, it looks just like him, but without the reindeer.
Yeah.
But whenever I use his power, he like squeezes a bottle.
Yeah.
And he spreads like
soy sauce?
Some sort of goop on top of all of them.
Oh.
Yeah.
Cute. I want the reindeer one so bad, but it's like totally random.
Mm-hmm.
They really want your money. Bastards. Yeah, that's weird, Serenity. It's funny because I don't upload everything I make to Instagram, which is nice later to find out, oh, hey, I've got something I can put up on Instagram. Cool. But other times it's like it just like skips my mind. So like, example, this guy I'm doing now, he was actually like a break sketch for me while I was in the midst of like all my commissions. I was like, okay, I need something that's me for a little bit, and then take a break, and I sketched him out. And then usually when I do that, I kind of just put it to the side and I kind of forget about it. So this one at least caught my memory to be like, okay, maybe do this on a stream, you know, so you've got something to do. So there's that. But yeah, no, I totally hear you. I should do that. It's a good idea. Or maybe at least the ones that I make for it. I think we did do that. When we did make them, we advertised them at one point on there. I know we did. But it was probably just like one of those 24-hour things where it probably wasn't even clear what it was. I don't know. But yeah, no, that's a great idea, Serenity. Thank you. This music is a little bit more foreboding. I don't want to scare anybody. For the wrong reasons. For the right reasons, maybe. Oh, I have too many windows. Lord almighty. Yeah, this one sounds like Warcraft. Medieval Babel. Just ambience? No. How about, do you guys have a filter yet? Music. Okay, good. Fantasy. Weird. They put Egypt under fantasy.
Not real, man.
Egypt doesn't even exist, bro. Bavarian castle. Isn't Bavarian like some sort of dessert? Like it's a type of dessert, Bavarian something?
Bavarian?
Well, yeah. Yes! Oh, God. Were you waiting for me to read that?
No, I don't know.
Oh, God. Yes, Serenity. You are just full of great reminders tonight. Yeah. So, let me tell you about last week. I was talking, by the way, for like another 5 to 10 minutes, thinking people were here. I'm like, God, nobody's saying anything. What did I say? So I thought I was still streaming, and OBS said I was still streaming, but I think the only reason we figured out that it was gone was because of you. I think you brought it up. Like, I don't think we're connected to the internet. Anyway, so we were having troubles with our internet provider from going from the other apartment to this one. which we had 3 separate calls with them, and they would like transfer, oh, this is so confusing. They would transfer the account to the new place, but then like no one turned it on, right? Do you remember exactly?
They were supposed to, the lady was supposed to like file some paperwork or something, and she never did.
Right. It like didn't get actually turned on, and then at one point they closed the account. So like I think that was the second time. So we'd have internet for a bit, and then it would go out again, and then we'd call, and they're like, oh yeah, someone transferred your account, but they didn't actually turn it on. Or the first time they canceled it, and then so we had to reopen it, and then the next time we had to transfer it, and no one actually transferred it, and it was a mess. Okay, and then this time we were like, okay, so every time it's gone for a little bit, and then cut. Are we okay now? And the guy assured us we were, but they did the other times too. So like it totally went out because it was like this account BS. It had nothing to do with the fact we didn't pay it or anything like that. It was that they were failing hard. And you know what's really funny? I got a voicemail this morning from Spectrum, and they're like, hey, give us a rating and tell us how your latest calls went. And I was like, I gotta tell Gabe about this. I don't know if I actually want to do it because it would be pretty brutal, but everything is failing me lately. It's really weird. I don't know, man. I don't know how they failed that bad twice, 3 times even. Gabe, do you have any idea?
Competent people.
I don't get it. And then like the first time when they transferred us, it like hung up on us twice because the place they were transferring us to wasn't actually open. So it was just, everything's a mess. Everyone is terrible. I should, Serenity. It's really weird. Because you tell them what's wrong. They all sounded competent, though. Mm-hmm. That was the weird thing. Like, they were very good customer service verbally, you know, and they sounded like they knew what they were doing. They were doing their job right. It might have just been that the pipeline failed.
Yeah.
Maybe? I don't know.
They failed.
Yeah.
Failed us.
I don't know. Okay, this halfling festival can take a hike. I might have to switch back to my playlist. It may be repetitive, but at least it's dependable. Thank you, Serenity. That means a lot to me. To have someone wishing me good things. Thank you. Like I said, this whole year has been a total cluster. I don't even get it. I mean, at least Gabe and I have been able to suffer together through it and to laugh at it together. You know? Like, I feel pretty blessed, I guess, because of that. Like, we've had moments where we've been so stressed that, you know, fights break out and whatever, but that's usually because we know it's because of something else. It's not usually because of each other. It's because of stress. So, that's been crappy. And all the stress of, like, commissions. Oh my god. Christmas commissions had me freaking out this year. Last year, I had more of them, but, I don't know, I didn't feel as pressured as this year. And I think it's not because of how many I had, I think it's how many I have coming up that has me, like, freaking out. At least I can figure out a good timeline for them, though. Because at least I was smart towards the end of this year. For the last of the cons, I said, hey, worst case scenario, you're going to get this in a year, okay? But ideally, you'll get it before then. But everybody that signed on at the end of the year at least knows it could take up to a year because of crap like this. Moving 3 times? Do you think I could have predicted that? No? That's crazy. I thought I was going to move once this year because we hadn't planned to get a dog for like another 2 or 3 years. Remember that?
Mm-hmm.
Uh-huh. That I feel like is the funniest part. It really is like we just, I don't know, this is how I've been thinking about it, is that it's like I got accidentally pregnant and we're trying to work around it. But really it's just a puppy and we got to choose when we get it. But this puppy is very special. I'll talk about it once we have the puppy. So you've got some living justification in front of you. But I'll explain later. I hope it'll be better for everybody, you know? I want to know, though, is anybody here happy with their 2018? Like, completely happy with how everything went? Because I feel like at the end of every year, everyone is saying, I hope 2018 takes a hike. I'm done with it. I just hope next year's better. Like, no one's actually like, yeah, this year was a good year. You know? I feel like maybe I had that 2 years ago, but I'm not sure. Like, can you remember the last time a year ended and you're like, yeah, all right, good one?
Probably 2015 to 16.
I guess that was pretty okay.
That's why
Oh, it was okay for you. Yeah, it was okay for you.
Oh, but it wasn't for you, though?
Well, it was my divorce year. I can't exactly say that was, like, the best year ever.
Alright.
Because, I mean, you know, no matter how you get divorced, even if it's under the best terms, which I feel like mine was, you still feel like you failed something. Mm-hmm. You know, and with how much everybody puts, like, on divorce, you feel like you know, should feel bad. Even if it's not bad, you feel like you should feel bad. So, it sucks. But yeah, I can't remember the last time I was like, yeah, this year was awesome. I mean, this year had good and bad. I would say, and I'm pretty optimistic about stuff, but I would say this year is probably, like, even with all the bad, it's probably even. Because, I mean, thinking about the good stuff, Gen Con was phenomenal. That was something I never thought I'd be able to do in my life. I broke my record at Gen Con, and I never thought I'd do that. But I don't know. I feel like it evened out, even with all the bad. Really, Serenity? Oh no, I'm so sorry to hear that. Yeah, I really hope 2019's better for you. A year that wasn't bad isn't as memorable as a bad. That's probably true. That's a good point, Eric's. That's a really good point. Like, bad years are easier to remember. Yeah. Yeah. I mean, that's similar to bad memories and stuff, right? Like, usually bad memories stick out more than good ones. That's a really good point. Good, Desperado. I'm happy to hear that for you. It's great. Has it wobbles? Is it mainly the job? Yeah, the first half was pretty optimistic. Feels like longer than a year. God, that's weird. Oh, personal stuff? Word. I feel you, boo. I'll tell you what, though. In terms of my personal projects, this year has been utter crap. It is not at all what I wanted it to be. Next year, I want at least 3 books done, and I'm gonna be mad as hell if I don't do it. Because this year I was supposed to do a couple. I'm gonna probably be finishing last year's Journey June book this year, or this next year, by Journey June. So maybe that's a good thing, actually. I don't know. Oh, Serenity, I'm sorry. Do you at least feel fired up to do them next year, Eric's? Or do you feel like, ugh, I have to do them next year? Like, at least are you like, yeah! Light it up! Kill it. You know what's funny, Gabe? You show me all these TV shows that I always hate at first and then end up loving. But you show me all these movies that you say are great and they're horrible.
I guess I'm not so good with the movies.
I just realized that earlier and I was like, that's really funny. I think it's cute.
Which kind of sucks with Shameless. Shameless is actually really...
I believe it, but
really,
yeah.
Yeah, but you have your past stuff, so...
Yeah.
So is Homeland. Homeland's amazing, but again, it's more for like if you're into dramatic
crime.
No, it's like global espionage shit, terrorism,
spies and junk.
Yeah.
Ugh.
But it's very like, oh my god, it's gonna happen.
I believe it. It's just not what I care about.
Yeah.
Which, I mean, if you watch those on your own, that's fine.
So I think the next one we gotta watch, or if you want to take a break from 9/9 is Fresh Off the Boat.
Okay.
Because that one's really cute, and they've got a.
At this point, I trust you with those. Because man, I hated The Office. Like the first 3 episodes, I was like, I can't do this. This is too awkward. I feel horrible. Michael Scott is like the worst character in the world. And then I kept watching and it clicked. And I got it. And I was like, oh my god, I love this. I loved it. It's true, Serenity. Paladin, I think that's a great way to go into the next year. Just like curious. Innocently curious, you know? Be optimistic. I think that's good. That's good too, Eric's. That means that you're actually passionate about it and that you really care to learn it. I think that's almost more important, you know? And I mean, honestly, you don't need to wait for a class to learn anything. Remember that. We have the power of the internet, which is so ridiculously powerful that people seem to forget how much there is, you know?
The only thing that's stopping you is you.
He's right. But still. I mean, if you make time for it, you can do it.
Like, it's like 100% not necessary to have a teacher these days. Like,
it's really not. As long as you're driven enough, and I think the main problem with a lot of people self-teaching by looking up things on the internet and taking internet classes is that they're bad at managing their own time and setting a schedule. As long as you can learn how to do that, which might require you to take a class anyway on how to manage your time and do schedules, you know, you can do that. You just have to work at it. But you can do it.
Or also, I think that the only other part is finding someone who is a good...
support? Mentor?
Well, not only support, yeah, maybe a mentor, but mostly a good... Somebody to give you good...
critique? Yeah.
And that you learn how to take critique and actually excel at fixing what it is that's wrong.
If you're one of those people that has a hard time with taking critique, the best thing you can try to start changing that by doing is just saying thank you. The same with when people give you feedback on your work or anything like that, just say thank you. Don't say, oh, I really wish I could have done more with this. I'm not too happy. Shut up. Shut up. Or if you're like, yeah, I'm really proud of that. You're right. It's really good. Like, don't, no, don't do either of those. Okay? Just say, thank you so much. I'm so glad you took the time to review my work. That's all you need to do, really. Because it's, you know, it's neither, you know, pessimistic, optimistic, nothing like that. It's just factual and genuine, and you're thanking someone. And usually when you thank someone or you're saying sorry to someone, usually there's nothing there but genuine feeling, so that's good. Oh, wow. Did you read what Serenity said?
Oh, good.
So I'm going to bring this up again because I'll be starting these next year. Up again. But for those that have trouble actually, like, you know, managing your time and stuff and actually getting your in gear, that's what this gauntlet is for. Okay? I kick your ass, basically. I become your teacher. We figure out what you want, what works for you, what you want to get out of something. So let's say when I first interview you and I'm like, okay, where do you want to be? And if it's something really big, I'll help you break it down into manageable chunks. And then from there, we'll figure out a solo project that can work up to that bigger thing. But first of all, you need to, take little bites, right? So we figure out a small project. Usually a safe one is like a 6 postcard pack or something, right? So like 6 themed pieces, right? And we figure out a schedule that works around you, right? And let's say it's a month long. So every week you've got like a stage of it that could be done depending on how busy you are, or an entire card that could be done if you have a lot of time, that sort of thing. And I hold you accountable. And they're like assignments. And I check in on you and I give you critique. So it's a very hand-holdy mentorship, but usually it gets people into the ritual and habit of actually figuring out, oh, okay, so this is how I would take something, break it down into portions, and start doing it over time. Because basically all I did is, when I worked in the corporate atmosphere, I took what they do and I basically applied it to freelance, which is, it seems like a duh, but some people just don't do that. So that's what that's about. So next spring, depending on how busy I am, I'm going to open these up again. And then the products one, we teach you how to do books, postcards, stickers, buttons. I've got buttons here that I've learned how to do and I can show you how to do now. Prints, where we get our prints done, what kind of paper is good, what kind of paper is bad, where not to go. Enamel pins, we teach you how to do enamel pins and where to go for that. So there's a lot of stuff. If you're interested in any of these and you just want to start the conversation so you don't forget about it, just email me and we'll talk about it. I have to kind of interview you first to kind of feel out if I can even help you, because sometimes we can't even help you. Like, there might be something that's a red flag, or like something I don't know that you want to know. Usually it's like, if I can't help you in a big way, I'll point you where you should go, because I don't want you wasting your money, stuff like that. Anyway. No, so Sophia, these buttons aren't for conventions. We actually tell people don't sell buttons, don't sell stickers, and don't sell magnets at conventions. They're not worth your time. They're really not. Enamel pins are, and bookmarks even. They're kind of timeless. So it's depending also on what they're making them for. Some people now only do things for Patreon, which those things would actually work really well for Patreon, the stickers, magnets, all that stuff. But as far as conventions go, that's a whole nother animal. So we treat those very differently. And depending on what you're looking for, I disagree about the bookmarks. Bookmarks actually sell pretty well somewhere. But with the interview, like I said, we figure out where you want to be. If you want to do conventions, we go that route, and that's a whole different skill sets, whole different product thing. But if you want to do like Patreon and stuff, that's its whole thing. And some things work for Patreon that don't work for conventions, vice versa. And the commissions one, totally different from the other two. So it was crazy. There you go, Wubbles. And I used to make bookmarks too. So, and when I say bookmarks, I mean really nice ones that are like ribbon and they've got little jewels and things on them. Like, no joke, it's not just paper. So, just saying.
Yeah, it's really weird, like the amount of people that when you go to a convention, especially specific conventions, like there's a ton of people that actually read books. Like,
oh my God.
Yeah.
Majority of the people, and this is funny to me, because I never actually anticipated this. Majority of the people I've had come up to me and talk to me about my work are hardcore readers. And they're usually saying my stuff reminds them of a book. And it's Redwall. But they are really heavily into other fantasy books and stuff. So this might just be because it's me and fantasy. And fantasy people usually really love fantasy books. So I'm guessing Gabe doesn't get as many readers because comics. And comics don't really necessarily mean if you read comics, you read novels, So I feel like demographic totally different depending on what you sell. So Sophia, maybe you don't get a lot of readers with what you sell. Like, let's say you sold pottery or something. You know? I mean, I feel like because a lot of my, like, images remind people of things in books and stuff, that's where they're like, oh, yeah, the book. And I don't really read. I'll admit that. I don't read very often anymore. I used to, but not anymore. But a lot of the people that buy from me do. So I thought that was interesting. Aw, Paladin. Thank you. I'm glad it helped you. I really am. I'm not the best teacher. I'm a little bit hard, but I tell you what you need to know. It may not be in the nicest way. I mean, I'm just how I am here, honestly, but I'm gonna get you to the end quick. Okay, so there's no BS. I don't like that crap. No, it's not, Ebony, and I didn't say that. I just said that, you know, comics, people who read comics, not everybody who reads comics read books. And I was saying that for Gabe's side of things, because I don't think he gets as many people commenting on, this reminds me of this book, as I do. So it might actually depend, you know, heavily on demographic, you know. Sophia, what? You know better. What are you doing? Why are you still doing it is more the problem. Because that tells me something about your moral code, which is a little disturbing. You gotta stop that. I gave you the website,
just
right?
It for fun or whatever.
Well, if you're selling it, yeah, then we gotta talk. If you're just making it for you, you're still wasting time, but at least you're not doing too much bad. It's not just that we hate. Don't single us out. It's a growing thing. People are tired of it. I'm just saying. Yeah, you are, Moltar. You totally are. Congrats still. You're getting down there, but you're still there. Hey man, you fessed up to it. You know how I am. You know I'd call you out like that. Don't even. I'll give you the website again if you lost it. Did you even read it? Come on. It's getting, like, it got to the point where it's too long, where the people I give it to, they're like, oh, yeah, okay. And then they'll come at me later, and I'm like, well, did you read it? They're like, no, it's too long. I'm like, what the fuck? All right, fine. So I won't keep adding to it, because apparently that turns people off from it, which sucks. But whatever. I think I'll go back to my other playlist because this one's boring. It's boring. I thought there'd be more music to it, but there's really not. I mean, yeah, we listen to this crap all the time, but maybe you guys don't remember it too well. I don't know. Aw, thanks, Paladin. No, my anti-fan art selling page. This one. Like, I try to give it to people who sell fan art so they can be shied away from it because it's evil and terrible and bad for them as artists, but a lot of them don't actually read through it, which bothers me. So, I don't know. I'm not going to add to it anymore, but I'm almost wondering if I should make some things more concise. I don't know. Doesn't matter right now. I'm trying not to think too much about fan art anymore. It really made me go to a dark place, which I still believe in everything I've ever said, but I'm trying not to even think about it because that fight is too hard. But I do still judge people. I'll be honest. If you sell fan art, I do judge you. I'll be completely honest. Because it means you're stealing from people and you're okay with it, and I'm not cool with that. And it means you could steal from me one day. I don't like that either. Remember, judgment isn't always bad. Everybody just lumps all judgment as a bad thing. But judgment can be good. It can help you to actually stay away from bad things. So it's a form of self-protection, really. Don't forget that. Judging somebody for obviously superficial stuff is stupid. Don't do that, you know. If you can do that, Saphir, I think I'd be missing out on something. I didn't get the news flash. I mean, I'll never be actually famous or popular because of this thought process, because I'm actually morally good for the most part, because that's not cool. People hate people who are too policey, you know? But it's how I am, and I can't fight that, so. Maybe I should make his hat dark. No, I'll make his hat light. What's everybody's favorite fruit? Gabe, what's your favorite fruit?
Mango?
That's what I was gonna guess. That was a safe bet. Give me a dark horse fruit, Gabe. Like, what fruit do you like that I wouldn't expect?
Mango?
Is it jicama fruit? Or is that a vegetable?
Yeah. What's a potato?
A root vegetable.
I think it might be a root vegetable.
Is it really?
Yeah. Because it doesn't have seeds and it very much has roots on it sometimes.
Oh man, watermelon. Hell yeah. So watermelon, to me, feels like one of those fruits that even the artificial flavor is good. Grape is not that way, and neither is banana. Don't even try. They both taste so different. It's crazy.
Jicama is a Mexican turnip.
Is it really?
Mexican yam bean.
They say yam bean?
No, I mean like it's also known as the.
It's a yam bean? Like that's the word yam bean?
Yeah, like a yam.
I'm gonna write that down. I really like that. Yam bean. Like YAM bean?
Like beans?
Yeah.
Make you too?
And yams.
Yeah.
Like sweet potato?
Yeah.
It tastes like a fruit though.
Oh, it's a vine apparently. Like it grows like a vine, but then the root is the.
Wow. Wow. Oh, Chex Mix. Wobbles, is it like puppy chow? Like sweet Chex Mix thing? Oh my god, I love puppy chow. Thank you, Serenity. Thank you. Solidarity. Banana flavor's horrible. Oh god, it's a disservice to all food. How do you say that, Eric? Sapote? Sapote? What is that?
Sapote?
Is it? What is it? Oh, salty Chex Mix. You guys make your own Chex Mix? That's awesome.
What?
What?
Everyone has made their own until Chex Mix was like, wait, people are just making this is so easy to make. Let's start bagging it and selling it.
I don't know. I don't know what families do.
That's how like puppy chow started. Some brilliant mom was like, yo, I'm gonna make some delicious stuff for you.
Exactly, Paladin. So that's you using your judgment to protect yourself, which is what judgment is for. To protect yourself and others. Not for judging if somebody has cool Adidas shoes or not. And saying they're a horrible person if they don't. Like, what is that?
But I will judge you if you have shitty
Shut up, Gabe. Don't throw a wrench in my lesson. Oh, that's true. Moltar. Yeah, you're right. I actually read about that. Oh, that's cool, Wubbles. I always wanted to make puppy chow. Like, I always thought that'd be really fun, but I didn't know anyone close to me who knew how to make it. But apparently that's easy too? I don't know. Gabe, have you ever actually made puppy chow?
I have not made it.
They do have puppy chow you can buy though.
Oh yeah.
Yeah. We bought that on the way to a con, I think, a while back.
I don't think it's usually as good though.
It tastes pretty similar. For the most part. I mean, it's not too hard to get the chocolate, peanut butter, whatever taste, but... Sniggle's back!
Sniggles.
Sniggle everywhere. Horribly shitty people everywhere. It's true. But I want to make it from somebody who's made it like years and years in a row, you know, and also ideally a friend, but I don't know. I just learned so many recipes from the internet. Sometimes it's lonely.
Mm-hmm.
I mean, it'd be fun to bake with someone, is I guess what I'm getting at. And doing it with a video doesn't even count.
Maybe my sister will get down.
That'd be cute. Does she do much? Yeah, Wobbles, if you feel comfortable giving it to me, for sure. I think that'd be cool. That'd be very sweet of you. And if I ever showed it on the internet, I swear to God, I'll tag you. I give people credit where it's due. Thank you. Whoa. Why do you pay so much for bananas?
What?
Wait. Aren't ours cheaper than that? Maybe I'm wrong. Bananas are cheap.
Yeah, I don't know what he's talking about. I don't know what...
Maybe he meant it as a, you know, like it's cheap. I'm kind of confused. Puppy! Puppy, like puppies. The poopies. Yeah, that's good, right? $1.30 for 7? Right?
That's pretty damn cheap.
Yeah, that's good, right? Unless they're organic. I don't know. I usually, like, when we get a bundle, it's usually what? $1 something?
I think so, because they're usually between 29 and 69 cents, depending on what, if you get the organic or not.
Is that UPS though?
Oh, no, or something. No, that's probably that asshole who has a giant truck.
Oh yeah.
If any of you here have a giant truck,
we need to talk.
I'll probably call you an asshole. You don't need it. Unless, of course, you work construction and you're always toting around, like...
Gabe, you're doing that thing that I said not to do.
Yelling at people?
No, you're judging them for something superficial.
No, this is not superficial. Like, those giant trucks, you don't need
Night
it.
Paladin!
Bye, dude.
Thank you.
Like, there's no reason to have a giant SUV unless you have, like, a family of...
Or a construction business.
Or a construction business.
If you're a contractor or something.
And if you guys want to, like, I figured out, like, if you keep using gas, then that's feeding other countries. But if you use electric, that's the electricity from here, unless we're using gas to power electric plants. So, I don't know.
When did you think of this?
Like 2 weeks ago or something. And I was
Moltar. If you want to keep your bananas from going bad, wrap cellophane or plastic wrap around the top of the bunch. It keeps them better longer.
Put them in the freezer.
No, don't do that. If you're like me and you like actual fresh bananas and not frozen bananas, right? Wrap the plastic wrap around the top.
The bananas we're eating now aren't even real bananas.
Really, Serenity? You've never had puppy chow? Oh, you should totally make some. Oh, really, Wobbles? That's weird.
Wait,
okay, so my aunt has a huge truck, but she has an ego problem, is a jerk, and does off-road trucking stuff, which is the only thing that really justifies her having a truck. But the other stuff I know has to do with her ego. She's harsh. Oh, 2 to 3 a day. Damn. Well, then you don't have a problem then. If you get a bunch of them though, let's say, because we usually buy 2 bunches at a time. We buy a bunch that's green, and then we buy a bunch that's like ready. And then, so if we wanted to make the other one last longer, just put the plastic wrapper on the top. Usually that makes it last longer. And if you've got asparagus you want to last for a while in your fridge, put it in a cup that's got some water in it. It'll last for like 3 extra days, if not more. Food tips. So Gabe, you were saying you wanted Chinese food?
I love some.
We have some here. If you want Szechuan.
Oh.
But fried rice does sound good though. I mean, I'm cool if you go get it.
Yeah.
Yeah. Street smarts. Sorry. Just felt like a mom. Gabe, how thick is the O's and A's where you're from? Like, am I gonna hear it as bad as here?
No, you're gonna hear, hey, yeah, we're going down, or gonna get a hot dog.
Hat dog.
Oh yeah. Duh, Bears. I got over this.
Hearing you try to warm up with it's pretty good.
Yeah.
I like that once you're doing real bad, you default to the Bears.
Bears.
Cause yeah, at first you were doing up here.
Yeah,
Like, oh yeah, Carol, we gotta go to the grocery store then, yeah. Oh yeah, I picked them up from soccer. I used Brenda's van.
well, we would say sacker.
Sacker?
Yeah, like gotta go to a soccer game.
So it's almost like Ohio?
A baseball bat. Yeah. Oh yeah, a baseball bat.
Wow. That's awesome.
The Bears, they got a game. The Cubbies.
Oh man.
You got the White Sox there?
Gabe's from Chicago. Moltar.
Put on the Cubbies game there, will ya?
I'm from Minnesota, so we fell in love in a hopeless place, aka Wisconsin. We met in the middle. Sometimes I can do the Minnesota, apparently the Minnesota drawl really well, even though we don't really have it. It's northern Wisconsin that's got it. Oh my god. Is it more Gina? How she sounds like she's always choking back. Oh my god. Oh, night, Eric's. Enjoy being unconscious for a bit. Don't you know? Yeah, that's from here, yeah. Okay. It's Fargo. Fargo's in North Dakota, which they'd say North Dakota. Okay. You know who has it thick? Nightshade, but I don't know if he's here. Yeah, he left. Nightshade's got thick though. Worse than me. I do it sometimes if I say boat, coat, Minnesota. You can hear in the soda, Oda. But otherwise, I've kind of kicked it. It's not so bad. Yeah, Wobbles. He's from Michigan, so he's got it. It's cute. He showed us his skydiving video when he went skydiving. Yeah, it's pretty thick. It's cute though. It's the only accent that is never sexy. Like, you can't be sexy when you have that accent. I don't care how good you look. You open your mouth and it's ruined. Them's my 2 cents. You haven't seen that? Let me see if I can find it. I'm sure he'd be okay with that. Gabe, did I show you that video of the FurryCon that went bad?
No.
That Nightshade sent me?
No.
Oh man.
Oh, maybe you did actually. Yeah, you did.
Did I?
Yeah, where they like destroyed everything.
Yeah. Here we go. I think I found it, Wobbles. Yeah. Here, I'll just whisper it to you, Wob. I don't know if Nightshade wants me, like, passing it about. This went, like, horrifically bad, though. It's, here, I'll just share it again. We're already here. Let's just get it all out there, right? Rainforest. Apparently it's bad. The debauchery, I tell you. Oh, Serenity, I think it'd be cute, though. I think European accents are fantastic. It's the US ones that get kind of crazy. Like, I love me a Creole accent, though. Like Cajun? Oh, man. Like Gambit? Yeah, that's cool. I'm down with that. But, like, Boston? Boston's cute. Boston's actually similar to the O's and Ahs, where it cannot be sexy. Like, I don't think that could be either. Oh, God. Exactly, I'm with Wobbles. I think they're cool. But maybe that's because we're not there. So we think you're exotic, you know? I don't know. And that California one that people say exists, I haven't heard that yet. At least I don't think I've heard it. Have I?
Hard to spot. I'm sure if you got a whole video of them, you can spot it.
Like, Gene doesn't have it, does he?
No, because he's not from there.
Is that one you can't, like, acquire?
Oh, yeah, no, I don't know.
Oh, yeah, no.
Oh, yeah.
Oh, God. See, I think I'm just noodling this now. I think it's done. So I will be selling this and the other one, and honestly, I might just put them up on my Etsy. I'm really bad about putting my originals up on Etsy because usually during the convention season, every convention they rotate and like new ones will come and go and, you know, old ones will go, stuff like that. So I'd be wasting money if I put them all up on Etsy. So I have a stack about this big of originals that aren't even like on Etsy. They're only at shows. So I only pick out a couple of ones to put on Etsy, but I think that in the next year, starting with this guy maybe, that I'll put this one up and the colored version, just so there's a choice, I guess. But yeah, that's an option, I guess. I might do a second coat of blue on this. That might be the other problem. That's just not thick enough. I think that's the main problem, actually. Yeah. So I'll probably stream another 20 minutes. If anybody wants to talk about anything, feel free for the next 20. And then, let's see. Don't forget, if you want the monthly Mythical Creatures Guardians buttons, to sign up before the 1st of January. It's $6 a month, so it's not that bad. Most of it is actually just covering shipping. But that's on the $6 tier, the Curious Collector one. We're going to be having that New Year's stream, so December 31st, it's going to be on Gabe's channel. Oh, you can hear it when I say Gabe. Gabe. Oof. Yikes. Because you don't understand us anyway, so I'm trying accents. I would assume it's similar to Scottish accents, where they can be light or they can be thick. You know, to the point you're like, and you're like, what? Excuse me? It sounds awesome, but what did you say? Did you watch the video, Sniggle? I don't know where the hell it was. You'd have to look up rainforest. My hands are clean. I don't know anything about it. No clue. I don't have anything unpacked. I don't even have something to doodle on right now. Here's a piece of paper. I found this. I'll do like a little 20-minute something. Oh, you're watching it now? Okay. Yeah, I don't even know where it was. Got me, man. I don't even know. Okay. What do I want to draw? Good Lord. Draw an ellipse, for God's sakes. Well, that was adorable. Hit. You know, I was just remembering. Do you remember when I first started figuring out how to do my con booth and I had the drapes or whatever, the sheets, and I was trying to figure out how to airbrush on them? Do you remember that?
Yeah.
I was an idiot. And that's okay. Sniggle, did you go LARPing today? I'm gonna just start calling it LARPing. HEMA? Did you HEMA? HEMA? Yeah. So I don't know why I just thought of a teacup with the tea kind of being imbued, and then this little ghost guy coming out as the steam. What? I don't know. Well, that was the video. HEMA! Did you, Bubbles? Oh, you and Sniggle have something in common. How cool is that? Oh, like a week? Sniggle, how long have you done it now? Has it been a couple months? Oh, I've drawn many a snail. I feel like I should draw another one soon. People like the snails. I want to give them arms, but I also don't. I don't even want to give him a face, honestly. Oh, Jake! Thank you for the follow! I didn't know you were here. How are you? Are you here now? Oh, good lord. I just hit a new octave. So loud. Yo, you guys gotta check out Jake's stuff. Jake, is it okay if I link your Instagram? Are you cool with that? I think this is it. Let me make sure. Yeah. You guys gotta check out Jake's stuff. Yeah, me too, man. Do you stream? Like, do you actually, like, come on Twitch and stream? Oh, man. I didn't even know you came on Twitch. This is great. This is wonderful. Gabe usually streams on Mondays at 4 p.m. and I stream on Thursdays at 4 p.m. Oh, just start. Honestly, it's the best thing to do. It's one of those things where you'll never be completely prepared. It's one of those you just have to start and trial by fire, and you add things, take things away, all that kind of crap. Like, I still want to update mine because I'm already on year 2, but it's like I have to do something more now because I've got the same setup basically, and it's kind of embarrassing when you've had it for a while. Oh well. Too much things, too little time. All that. The best piece of advice, though, actually have a schedule. At least one day a week at a very specific time, because you gotta think about it like you're a TV show, so people can plan for you. Saphira's one of the first. Yes, Saphira taught me a lot. She taught both of us a lot, actually. Right. The bits thing, we didn't have any idea. Like, we didn't really understand Twitch, I think, at all. So, plus, watching it was tough, so I don't know. But yeah, many thanks to Saphira and her wise knowledge, her expansive intelligence with this, because without that, I don't think we'd be this good right now. Definitely not. Is your tea haunted? No? Do you want it to be? Here you go. Haunted tea. Let's see. I'm trying to think of a pun here with a type of tea. Earl Ghost, Earl White, Earl Grey, Oolong tea. Yo, there it is. That's how you do it. I'm totally just gonna call it Oolong tea. Oh my god, that was sitting there for me. Oolong tea. I do really like oolong tea, by the way. Oolong tea's good. Oolong tea. Yeah, and you might get lucky like I did, Jake, and actually get somebody that comes on your stream that is nice enough, like Saphira was, to actually bestow things onto you. I just realized I did did Tim do that? Or not Tim, sorry. Bill or Ted do the thing where he puts his hand as hard and reaches out. I just did that and I didn't even realize I did that till like after, and that's weird. Oh, weird. Serenity, have you tried just downloading the OBS program instead of using Streamlabs? Because I found the actual browser version to be a little buggy. But I mean, honestly, Jake, you can start with just one camera. Like, if this whole thing wasn't here and it was just that camera, you're fine. The only reason to really add your face in there is to, I feel like there's a couple things. So people know when you're actually looking at the computer in the chat or drawing, and to actually have like an emotional response so they can actually see you reacting, and empathy, stuff like that. Well, as long as regular OBS works, right? Then you can still do it. Let's ink right now. Screw it, I'm going.
So did you want some veggie?
Are you hungry?
I'm getting hungry.
You know what we could do? I think we have some broccoli, so we could actually cook that and throw it in. And have something on the side.
So everything we're making here?
Well, except the fried rice.
Oh.
I mean, unless you want to. Yeah, the camera really helps it so you have a connection with people. But if you want to start off and just grow to that point, that's okay too. It's whatever you're really comfortable with. Not only that, but I mean, I give mentorships on Twitch. But one of the things we talk about is that, you know, just starting and figuring out if you even like streaming is important. Because a lot of people don't even know until they start, and then they realize, oh my god, I hate this. And usually it's not for the reasons you'd think. A lot of my friends that actually started streaming and then stopped because they didn't like it was mainly because they were taken away from their art too often. Like, they didn't want to deal with people talking to them and stuff. They wanted their intimacy with their art. It wasn't even about being a character or entertaining or anything like that. It was mostly because they just wanted to be them and their art, which, you know, that's one of those things you find out by doing it. How Gabe and I usually do it, though, is we reserve a few pieces or just some time during the stream for it to be kind of our recess. I guess it's our recess, right?
Mm-hmm. Playtime.
Yeah, so the rest of the week we're working on like stuff we can't show, or, you know, just mainly things that are work, right? This stuff we can still count as work, but, you know, it's fun work, you know? But mukbang. I know I'm saying it wrong, but that's how it's spelled. Did you just eat a banana and go,
No, I don't know how old that tater tot was, but...
You just ate a tater tot?
It was under the pizzazz.
That's from this morning.
Okay. Good.
Are you that hungry?
It was there. How could I not eat it?
That is not an excuse.
No, it was a tater tot.
You don't eat table tots. And floor tots, so that's a whole level low, man. You can't do that. Table tots. Ship it.
I'm pulling the trigger.
Wait, are you gonna order other stuff?
No, I'm just gonna get that.
What?
What else
See,
you
wait.
want?
I mean, we gotta talk about this.
Well, they close at 10, so we gotta talk fast.
Oh, okay. I want egg drop. I want the fried rice, and I want mochi,
Okay.
and I want let's do the avocado peanut. Did you get all that? Repeat it back.
Egg drop, veggie rice, the avocado peanut,
Yeah.
mochi.
Are you gonna get spring rolls? If you just get one order, I'll just have one.
Okay.
I'm okay with one, because we get 3, right? Yeah. No, I want a tater tot and Chinese food. I'm sorry. It's been a while since we've eaten, so we gotta talk about eating. Apologies to those that are hungry. I promise not to eat on the stream in front of you either. Just in case you got a thing with it. I suppose this is a good time to mention this. Remember to test yourself occasionally on what you know. So this is the whole reference versus no reference thing. Use reference for a majority of things, obviously. It's good. But don't use it as like an exact one-for-one, you know? So use it as kind of a guideline, but obviously don't copy it. But every once in a while, to make sure your visual library is correctly stocked, you know, once in a while do something completely from your mind, right? So this is going to be water. So I've done a lot of water with pen and marker. So hopefully at this point I can kind of recreate it however I want to and have it look at least somewhat believable without much of a, like, I'm not looking at any references for any of this. So it could be crap. That's probably why the perspective actually is off on this. Also, for some reason, sometimes looking in the camera has the effect of the flip thing. You know, like that hack where you're supposed to flip your stuff every once in a while to make sure it doesn't look like crap the other way. Looking at it in a camera is actually giving me that same effect, which is cool. Oh! I've never seen that, Sophia. I thought you were talking about the Korean thing. What? You can have people food you during a stream?
Wow.
I've never seen this. Sophia, you and your knowledge, man. You are full of good stuff. Thank you. This is crazy. I mean, this is next to the whole, what is it, Domino's that has the shoes? Where you pump the shoe and you get pizza? Like, oh yeah, Jake, I think you'd be great at streaming. I mean, obviously you did it a while ago, but you're just so charming and sweet. I think people love you. Totally. You guys should already like follow Jake for when he does start streaming because he's a wonderful person. Every time we see him at a con, it's just joy. Just joy, man. Actually, Jake is part of the reason I actually got into doing cons. So follow Cube Crazy. He's part of the reason. If not the main reason, honestly. Gabe, did I even tell you that?
No, I don't think so.
I met him at, I think it was a fall con in Minnesota. Remember? Fall and spring con?
Yeah.
He was at one of those. And I had talked to him about getting started with this. And this is before Von House, like, or anything like that. And I was like, well, how do you do this? What are you doing? And he explained everything to me. It was pretty cool. So obviously it's not going to look like realistic water, but I don't really care about that. And part of the fun of just water in general is making it look crazy. Because if it doesn't look crazy, it doesn't look like authentic. Because water is crazy, you know? Water's nuts, man. And of course I'll be doing some stuff with this with the white, so. Nah, man, you're a good guy. You deserve that. You deserve the praise. Okay, and then. Because, I mean, a lot of the artists at cons, they're usually nice, but some are mean, you know? So it's really nice when you meet nice people, you know? Or people that aren't money hungry. Because, oh god, it's usually the older, like, comic dudes that aren't, like, well known. They're a little bit bitter. A little bit angry. So it's hard to even strike up convos if you're next to them. Don't forget the mochi, Gabe.
Yeah.
Yeah.
You gotta, like, they don't have it on the website, so it asks for it.
Oh, for real?
Yeah.
Oh, you can do that in there though, right?
I think so.
Does anybody have any cool plans for this weekend? Also, who is doing their Secret Santa for our Discord? Has anybody been doing that? Or close to being done, or hasn't even started? Where are you guys at? And I'm gonna actually do this ghost, I think, completely in white. So, Boolong tea, everybody. That's all I got. I think it's pretty good though. I'm sure somebody's already thought of that. But give me my moment. Oh, Night Moltar, thanks for stopping by. Oh, Moltar. Yeah, I probably could. Thanks for your interest. Catachino. That's cute. There was this girl that was at OhioCon 2 years ago? I think it was 2 years ago. Was that when we were there 2 years?
I think so.
Yeah, 2 years ago. And she was selling original design plushies, which was awesome. I love when I see these. And I usually clear them out. Anyway, all her designs were like really clever. And this has since blown up, I think, because now I see these everywhere. But they were all animals that had some kind of funny food pun. Like, I got a steam bunny. And it's a little bunny it looks like a steam bun, and it comes even in the steam bun, like, basket. It's so cute! And it's angry, because it's, you know, steam. It's angry. I don't know, it's really cute. But anyway, she had, like, a couple that were fruit. I think she had a watermelon something. I'm trying to remember the name of her shop. It's not coming to me. No, I have to try to find it. I actually had her sign the basket, and she looked so confused. I was like, could you sign it? And she was like, what? No one's ever asked me to do this. What? I was like, yeah, sign it. You made it, right? And she's like, well, yeah, but okay. I don't know, it seemed to make her happy, but it was really, I guess, left field? I don't know. Also, I can't draw normal cups anymore. I usually just make them wood or something. Like, I think about actually drawing a Victorian cup, and I always pull back. I'm like, it's boring. I don't want to do that. Boring for me to draw, not the fact that they're boring themselves. Oh, Serenity, yes, go to sleep. Thank you so much for being with us. We'll see you next time, okay? Get good sleeps. Are you still ordering? Or is it done?
No, I already ordered. Okay.
Do you think they'll call you and be like, what do you mean by this?
Maybe. They seem to call me all the time to make sure that...
Make sure your ringer's on?
Yeah.
I know I said I was gonna stop, but now I'm into this. Oh, thanks. I appreciate that, Jake. I like textures. I like different textures, and I like a lot of different things, patterns working together. The trick is, though, to balance them right so they don't take too much away from the overall piece. I also like figuring out how stuff would still work together. Like the fact that, would this go behind this? Would it still be in the mug? Where is this? Maybe it's in the middle, coming out. That could be. But then, you have to pull back on detail in certain areas when stuff is behind other stuff. So, here, you almost want to make it so the next steps in, the drawing, if I didn't do the marker, you'd still be able to tell that this is a different texture, that this is going behind this. Ideally, you'd even be able to tell what kind of texture it is. Like, well, this is water, this is wood, this is a ghost, and this tea. Stuff like that. Ideally. Like, if I get better at inking, I'll be able to do that, but, you know, it's a long journey. Blah, blah, blah. Yeah. And like everything you see me do on stream, usually it's all, like, purchasable. So if anybody wants this, if you're a tea enthusiast and you like oolong tea, maybe you'd enjoy boolong tea. I feel like every time I say that it is a joke, and it is a joke, but it's more like boolong tea. Like you have to emphasize it or some crap. So it must be confusing that sometimes I use microns and Gabe always says don't use microns on his stream. So the reasoning behind that is that Gabe does a lot more ink work than I do. So with how much ink he goes through and how particular he is about how he inks, he would rather have the isographs that have a lot more versatility in what they can do than, say, the microns, because they don't necessarily have as much as he'd like. So I just didn't want people to be like, why are you using microns if Gabe doesn't like microns? No, this is why. Which is a totally valid point if anyone was thinking that.
Like you just don't, yeah, since you don't use them so often,
Mm-hmm.
then you don't spend as much money, you wouldn't spend as much money on them.
Yeah, exactly. Because if you're spending like a ton of money on microns every week because you're going through them, then yeah, that'd probably be a good reason to switch over to the isographs. I was not gonna give him arms, but now I kind of want to. They're nubs. Little ghost nubs. Okay, so this is one of those times though, because I'm not Gabe, duh. Because of how these mediums work together, you really have to plan a little bit. So usually it's ink, and then marker, and then gel pen, and then colored pencil. Because you can't do the gel pen before you do the marker, or else you're gonna run into problems. So, and sometimes with marker I like to go a little bit backwards, and I'll actually do the dark parts first to ensure that I actually get a certain level of contrast. Otherwise, if I start light and go dark, I almost never get dark enough. Because I'm one of those people that kind of has a fear of going too dark too much. So because of that fear and because of my knowledge of that fear, I like to just go for it, and then the fact that I'm doing this, you know, this way should help me actually make a scale. Now, if you're not used to that, I would say try, you know, if you're not used to markers even, let's say, I would recommend doing the light to dark similar to, you know, building up layers in watercolor. But if you're like me and you have trouble going to dark at any point, just go to dark. And then, you know, that's technically your bar. You know, this is either mid-tone or darker, and then later on you can go darker if you want. But, Gabe, do you need me to send you?
Oh, I guess I'll need your card.
I think my phone. Here. Where are you? Okay, Buggles. So this is a Prismacolor Premier white. Make sure it's a Premier. These are like the best white pencils I've had because they're soft enough. You could also, if you wanted even softer, use actually a pastel pencil, a white one. So it depends on how light you need it. However, do not use the black or white Kohl Erase pencils. They are like writing with a candle. They're horrible. They're way too hard. They're waxy. They don't even erase very well, even though they say they're erasable. Not good. The Premiers are very soft. I'll use it later on the Ghost to smooth over my gel lines, but it's really good. Like, they're great. But you have to do them after the gel pen, because you can't put this down and then have the gel pen go over it. It doesn't sit on it. So, you know, order of operations. Not all Kohl Erase are terrible, actually, Sophia. I primarily use the brown one for all my commissions. It's only the white and the black that are actually that bad. The red is getting there. Like the red one, the Tuscan red, no, that one's also getting too waxy. But usually the brown, the purple, the pink's actually pretty good too. The green is a little bit iffy. I wouldn't recommend the green as much, and the blue is a little But the worst by far are the black and the white. Like, when I was using all different colors, I would just get rid of those. Those are so bad. But the brown is really nice. It erases pretty completely. Like I said, I only use it on my all my pet commissions, which I'm probably getting close to have done 300 of them. I swear by the brown Kohl Erase. Like, even so much so. Let me see if I can actually show you this. So, if you use a lot of one color, and actually Sean Price told me this, for those of you who know Art of Price, you can actually buy, so this is how much I use it, Prismacolor Kohl Erase, brown, set of 12. You can get a 12 set of a colored pencil on Amazon. And it's cheaper than buying it singles in like a Dick Blick or anywhere else. So I highly suggest doing it that way. If you go through them like I do, it's crazy. These are great bought in bulk on Amazon. I've also bought white ones, the Premiers, like I said. These ones, they have packs of 12 of these too. Totally swear by those. You're welcome. Yeah, if you guys have any other questions about that, absolutely. But I would almost say that, you know, depending on what you use a lot of mediums for, you know, some might be worse than others for what you're working on, but really it depends. Like, maybe somebody actually likes the waxiness of those, so they might like it. You know, it really depends on what you use them for. But like, the brown Kohl Erase are good for me because I use them as my outlines for them. They're not as dark as a black, and the brown actually lends itself to my color palette that I end up using with the marker, pastel pencil, and colored pencils on the commissions. So when I do those, I do that. I usually only use lead when I'm doing my ink work, like this one, and you know, this guy. I start it with regular, like 0.9, mind you. I do 0.9 lead. You don't need any smaller. Unless you're an actual graphite artist that only does graphite, you shouldn't usually go smaller than, I would say, 0.7. No one needs to, unless you're solely a graphite artist, you know, and you're doing a graphite piece. Otherwise, if you go too small too quick, it's gonna make you only like zone in on the details, and you'll actually get a worse piece out of it. You're gonna do better if you have bigger lead and you stay loose and gestural, as well as like loose gestural and big picture, generic. Don't get into details. If you're one of those people that starts drawing an eye and you move on to the nose and all that stuff, no. Wrong. I'm going to say wrong on that. Because what you want to do is get the full breadth of where everything's going to go. So you do the outline of the head really lightly. You know, like super just... like the head, where their shoulders are going to be, kind of their gait, where their eyes are going to be, nose, mouth, maybe even the face shape, ears if they've got them, right? Maybe even the shape of their hair. Let's see, let's do that, right? Oh, it's me. Ooh. Okay, and then you go in and you start detailing. But like at this point, you don't need smaller lead. This is where you just start inking, you know? So really you don't need smaller lead if you don't primarily use like graphite. Does that make sense? Like there's no reason to do that if you're gonna go on to the next thing or something. There we go. Wow. Anyway, I got buck teeth. There we go. Rodent me. Anyway, so you get it. Generic? No, general to specific. Remember that. It's like sculpting. Gabe had given that analogy a while ago, and it was a really good one. Like sculptors, they don't, you know, take a giant rectangle cube and just start on the eye. No, they chip away, and they get the figure in. Then they smooth it over and they get more detailed, and then they go even further and they keep just narrowing it down, which is basically the same thing you want to do with a drawing. Also, water and glass can be really fun because after you kind of have drawn a few of them and you understand their formula, you can really like play with it and get kind of crazy, because as long as you understand like, okay, well, there's gonna be like a darker shadow when it turns, you know, it's gonna have these lines, these like spectral lines when it's actually being moved, and it's gonna have these little droplet bits that have little bubble types. Why do I keep saying spectral? God, I can't even think right now. But it's one of those things where once you understand it, you can kind of recreate it and do what you want with it, which is nice. And it's funny because glass and water kind of have the same formula, even the same as almost metal. Like they both kind of overlap into metal territory, which metal has a lot of high contrast bits. Depending on if it's brushed metal or not, brushed metal doesn't have as much, but what's this song? Yeah, brushed metal's more of gradients, where if you've got a different metal piece that's got a lot of joints in it, or if it's got a lot of breaking points, like, you know, if it was here, broken here, and it had a giant like sphere up here, those are going to have spectral highlights too. So it all depends on the type of metal and how it's formed, because really like the shape of things will dictate a lot of the time how they reflect stuff, you know, light and color and everything you can think of. All that has to do with it. So then I take the white colored pencil and I actually smooth over a lot of the harder gel pen lines, which I wouldn't be able to do if I didn't do the gel pen first. Like I would not be able to put the gel pen over the pencil. So you gotta do that first. But before that, you have to get down the marker. So it's a whole thing. Weird enough. And this stuff down here. I always kind of curse myself if I accidentally like put some pencil in an area that I needed to gel pen. I'm like, dang it. Because I can't really go back. So it sucks. Alright. Now I need to think about this guy a little bit more. He's steam from the cup, but I want him to come off of the cup really gently. So I'll probably fade that in more with the colored pencil. But yeah! Hey, Nightshade! Well, you know, my stream days now are just supposed to be me going until I'm kind of done. These are supposed to be longer stream days now since we only stream once a week. So I try to stay true to that. Gabe, though, lately hasn't been able to because he's been having to cut them short due to his, he's got like a January 1st deadline for 26 comic pages. And he has to pencil them, ink them, color them, all that stuff. So he does what he can. And he doesn't want to completely stop streaming, so he does a little bit and then he'll stop. A little bit's better than nothing though, right? But we will be streaming New Year's Eve for sure, and we're going to be doing another one of our quick draw streams where we do some inexpensive commissions right in front of you, right then and there. So should be a good time. We usually dress up fancy and then we'll celebrate every time zone as it happens. So that means we're basically doing the Happy New Year countdown 4 times, at least in the US. We can only do US time zones. But I think that means we're up till what, 3 a.m.? Is it something like that?
3 or 4.
Yeah.
I don't think we do Hawaii.
We do East, Central, Mountain, and Pacific. So I think it's 3 a.m. because Eastern is before us. So we actually start at 11 p.m. CST for that. But anyway. What? Oh. Yeah. You cleaned out, Nightshade. What's the deal? If you do that again, I'm gonna be like, what? Though we told you. You probably shouldn't get anything else from us for the rest of the year. Hold up. What? I knew it! I had a feeling.
Sorry.
Are you gonna go back?
No. No. That's a really long drive. Do you really want it?
You forgot it. What are you gonna do? What are you gonna do instead? I knew he'd forget it. I was like, I should text him. Nah, he'll remember.
You're very like, they hurried me out.
Oh, did they?
Yeah.
That's fine.
I'll make you one of those milkshakes if you like.
No. How about Cheetos from the gas station?
Yes.
So, there's this guy. Yeah, Nightshade, I think we're gonna have to ban you.
For what?
From ordering more commissions from us.
Oh, right. It's like not until we can fulfill the ones that we've already done.
Well, I have. I just haven't sent them to him. Oh, Nightshade, I love it.
Cheeto Puffs.
Are you going right now? You don't have to. I know you're hungry. I was kidding. You don't have to. Oh my god, Nightshade. You should have us both do one that's like the same idea so you get 2 different things of that. That'd be cute. What'd you say?
Both?
Did I say both?
Both?
Oh god. I'm that guy.
Yeah, sure, both of them.
Does anybody else say both? Like with an L? Both? I feel like saying both is weird. Both? Both. Nightshade, you get a sneeze? Oh no! Yeah, that's what he said. You're just trying to get back at me for something, aren't you, Gabe? It's no mochi BS. Huh?
No.
Okay. Oh, I would love that, Nightshade. You have to know a lot about them, though. That's the only thing. because we got to get it right on. So, and what does works out mean? Like, how long into it? A year? You could start doing the Patreon thing for that if you want to. Since you kind of can figure out when you'd want that, you can kind of plan it, I guess. Gabe, you can start eating if you want. I know you're getting hangry. Word. I feel you, boo. Did I already ask if her dogs play with Chief? Like, do they all play together? That'd be so adorable. Oh my god. I can't even handle that. I like that she's a dog person, too. No offense to cat people. I just can't. Literally, I'm, like, allergic. But just because I know Nightshade's a dog person, I think that's really cute. She's got dogs. Gabe, are you just standing on your phone?
Listen, there's little guys that need to be fed.
Oh my god. What do you mean they need to be fed?
They need to be, there's little...
Are you playing the puzzle game?
Little fatties that need to be popped.
Oh my god, what did I begin? I got Gabe sucked into another mobile game. One that I am also somewhat sucked into. God. How did it happen like this? I want you to know, I'm really sad about that.
Oh, what?
That mochi.
No. Me too.
Oh no, Nightshade. Oh, poor little Chief. Okay. I'm gonna go very soon. So if anybody has anything they want to tell me, swear at me, whatever, do it now. Ready. For anybody who missed what I'm working on, I just made this up. This Boolong tea. Yeah, I'm proud of that. Aw, thanks, Star Song. Well, I used to stream like twice a week, and I think at one point we were streaming 3 times a week each, which was 6 days technically a week since we were on both each other's streams, and it was way too much. And then I had to cut down a lot because I had more actual work I had to be doing that I couldn't do on stream. So I'm only streaming 1 day right now out of necessity, but if it comes to it where I have more time, I'm definitely going to go back to doing 2 days. You might get shorter streams because they're 2 days instead of it being this long, but you know, it all depends. It's hard because Twitch, I don't get money, so I don't get paid for what I'm doing on here, and if I'm not doing legitimate work, I'm technically losing money. So I have to figure out a way to actually justify streaming, because I do give a lot of art advice and stuff, and I don't know, it's a whole thing. I get pulled away from art while I'm doing it, things like that. So if I were actually paid more for doing it, I could do it more, but for some reason it felt like this year that a lot of people pulled back from donations and bits and all that stuff, at least between the two of us. I'm sure it's still prevalent in like gaming and all that stuff, but for some reason. Aw, Sophia! Thank you. Thank you. Nightshade, not yet! And when you do it, you talk to me first. I want to be in on this. I want to help you. Because I've been there, dog. I know what's up. Oh, Star Song, you didn't have to. I wasn't trying to do a plea. I swear to God. Swear to God. But thank you. I really appreciate that. That means a lot. It's just silly that Twitch is so strange sometimes. Like, sometimes it's a great investment and sometimes not so much. But, you know. Zero Soul, thank you for the follow. Nightshade. Also, I got a heart cut for mine, so I'm biased though. Hearts are like my favorite shape, that and clovers, so I would find out more about her though. Like some chicks really dig like the rounded wreck one. I think that's Emperor? So, I don't remember what they're called. Charity. Oh, and that matches it, right? If you do the hashtag charity, does Twitch match it then? That's crazy good. Why did I get an email about that? I feel like I should have gotten an email. Weird. Alright, I feel like I keep forgetting to actually raid someone, so I'm gonna go raid someone. Oh, Nen's on. Tech Angel's on. Does anyone have anybody that they know is on right now? Hey! Thanks, Nightshade. Good job doing it for charity, too. Hey, that's great. Thanks for the tips, Sophia. You're always full of great tips. Thank you. Direct relief. That's great. Maybe that's why they didn't really talk about it much. Mr. Horologist, what does he do? Is he art? I try not to do gamers, so if you can do an art person. Let's see what he's got. Oh, what? He's doing a watch? That's awesome. Oh man, how cool is that? I don't know, I feel like I should give this watch guy some love. That's a great idea. I think I've rated Pink Eye before, haven't I? She sounds familiar. Does she have a lot of followers? She has a decent amount of followers too. Oh, she has a lot of red, like, eyeshadow, wow. If I did that red eyeshadow, man, I would look sick. It wouldn't work for me. Like, bad sick, sorry. She's beautiful though. Oh, really, Nightshade? That's awesome. You know what? Let's give the watch guy some love. What a cutie. Let's do that. Okay, so we're gonna raid the watch guy. Oh, Mary's on too. Shit. Let's do the watch guy this time. Thank you for telling me all the people, though. You guys should go check out all these people, though, that everybody is suggesting. Let's see. What day is it? It's Thursday. Right. So, Gabe will be on Monday. I'll be on Thursday. We probably won't... I guess we'll still be streaming Christmas week, though. We just won't have, like, a special stream for Christmas. I don't think. Maybe I'll dress up. I don't know. It'll just be a normal-ish stream, though, that week. And then the 31st, we'll do the New Year's Eve quick draw. Okay? Which the quick draw is the new name we're giving the, you know, inexpensive commission stream. Because inexpensive commission stream doesn't sound that quippy. So quick draw. Okay? And we'll have a dual stream and we'll do that thing. So... No, Star Song, I love it. Thank you. I think it's cool. I would follow this guy. I follow another guy that does like Japanese printmaking, and I think that's actually his Twitch name. Japanese printmaking. It's so fascinating. I actually really enjoy the Twitch streams that are really out there, you know, and different. I like that. And that's, Mary's good too for that reason, because she's doing wood burning. But anyway, so we'll be back on Gabe's stream, Galvasaur, on Monday, 4 p.m. CST. Otherwise, I'll probably be posting this somewhere. I don't know if I'm going to post it on Instagram exactly or what. I guess I could. Yeah, why not? Alright guys, we'll see you later. I'm going to raid now. So we'll see you Monday on Gabe's stream, alright? Thanks for coming. We enjoy and love all of you. Thank you so much. For those that gave the bits and the follows and the subs, thank you. Don't forget to check out Patreon where I've got button things that are cute. I don't know. I think they're cute. Anyway, later.